guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk will have a seat at the Trump administration table. The White House confirmed Musk will take part in President Trump's first cabinet meeting on Wednesday.
And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOJ's efforts.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Musk will provide an update on how all the government secretaries are identifying waste and government fraud. When asked what's going to happen when Musk reaches the limit for days worked as a special government employee.
So today is February 25th. So I think we've been here about 35 days, roughly. So ask me in another 100 days.
The tech billionaire is serving as a special government employee while running the Department of Government Efficiency. Charges are upgraded against a man who allegedly confessed to police he was trying to kill Palestinians on Miami Beach. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they believe Mordecai Brofman was motivated by hate.
The state filed an information, in this case charging the defendant with 2 counts of attempted murder, first degree with a firearm, with prejudice, life felonies.
Brofman's defense attorney says the 27-year-old is mentally ill and felt he was defending himself. One doctor has already declared him incompetent. Everyone is expected back in court on March 10th for arraignment. At least one person in Washington state has contracted listeria from contaminated frozen supplement shakes.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the shakes were distributed to food service operators and long-term care facilities. Cases have been reported in 21 states, 37 people have been hospitalized, and 12 people have died. The cases date back to 2018, with most cases in 2024, and this year, the CDC just identified the product. Lions Ready Care and Cisco have recalled the shakes. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.14. The highest prices can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.19, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.51. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
New details are being revealed regarding how police handled the neo-Nazi demonstration in Lincoln Heights near Cincinnati earlier this month.
Police on the scene of the neo-Nazi protest say their only goal that day was to try and get the demonstrators out of there as quickly as possible. They were worried about what would happen as people from Lincoln Heights arrived on the scene to confront those displaying the swastikas. Hamilton County Commissioners asked the administrator to find out answers to several questions, including why police helped the demonstrators leave the scene.
The response that I had received on those specific questions was that the agencies indicated that they were focused heavily on de-escalating the situation and on ensuring that the incident ended without injury or loss of life.
Jeff Aludo says while no arrests or citations were issued at the scene, the prosecutor is now reviewing video of what happened. I'm Brian Combs.
Some lab mice seem to render aid to unconscious cage mates. That's according to a new study.
Scientists at USC tested them by putting unconscious mice in their cages. The mice that were awake spent most of their time with the unconscious mouse, sniffing, grooming, and then in many cases pulling on its tongue. Researchers think this behavior might be an effort to open airways or dislodge an object in the throat. When an object was placed in the mouse's mouth, the pulling dislodged it 80% of the time. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 159 points. The S&P 500 lost 28 points. The Nasdaq fell 260 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Ready for a brand new day? Ready or not, here it comes. As we cross over the midnight hour, from time zone to time zone, make our way into a Wednesday midweek. Final Wednesday here in February, 26th day of February. So only 2 days to go. Ready for March
March rolls in this weekend. Hey, and first things first, how about that Josh Malloy I just shared here a few minutes ago? Came across quite the impressive write-up in Rolling Stone. Check that out. So as we get the brand new day underway, I hope your week's going well. We're halfway there. We begin thinking the weekend is just around the corner. All right, let's take a look at our traveler's weather, get things underway here. Hey, a pretty quiet night. Most of the country, great night for moving freight up and down the highways and byways. Any precip pretty hard to find. You might run into some fog issues down along the Gulf Coast, southeastern Texas, much of southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi tonight. But how about those warmer temperatures? You enjoying that? Little taste of spring? Well, winter's not over just yet. Yeah, we've got rising temperatures here the first half of the week, making it feel like we're climbing out of the depths of old man winter. However, a little cold still on the way this week. As we've noticed, the spring-like warmth is already filtered into the eastern half of the country. Dry weather for the most part. Saw a beautiful day Monday. A little precip popped up around the Ohio Valley this past morning. Didn't mount to much, but warmer temperatures, Chicago, Pittsburgh, New York, all running a good 10 degrees above the historical average as we head into midweek. Yesterday's high in New York City, first day that you've seen in the 50s all month, pretty much the mildest day since back in late December. The weather pattern will become a little more, they're saying topsy-turvy as the week progresses here. Got a couple of storm systems that are going to be rolling across the Great Lakes. The first of two storms, matter of fact, later today. Yeah, thanks to the mild conditions ahead of the storm's arrival, most of the precip will be plain old rain. Showers could be pretty far-reaching on the southern side of the storm. Rain not expected to be especially heavy. Yeah, most locations from Missouri and Illinois to the eastern seaboard can expect, you'll see about a 12-hour window of rainfall, quarter to a half an inch for the most part. Now, the combination of milder air followed by rain with several inches of snow could lead to some rapid melting, and that could lead to some slight flooding issues. The snow is going to be on the northern side of this storm, mostly from parts of Wisconsin to Michigan, upstate New York, and northern New England. Yeah, with that, temperatures are going to kind of fluctuate from one day to the next through the second half of the week here. For most places, the coldest air holds off until the upcoming weekend. But temperatures are still going to be pretty close to average for this time of year. Maybe done with the big-time deep Arctic freezes we had seen through much of the month of February. So we start looking ahead to the month of March. The combination of warm, moist air combined with a new generation of storms forecast to move in from the Pacific. It's going to be increasing the potential for severe weather over the south central states next week. Same storm forecast to bring some patchy clouds and spotty shower activity over the southwest into the end of the week and this weekend. Yeah, how much strength and moisture this storm can gather after it crosses the Rockies, that'll determine the scope and the uptick of possible thunderstorm activity for the southern tier of the country, from Texas and Oklahoma to Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia. At this point, there will likely be some rather robust thunderstorms, with a storm tracking in this particular manner. It's going to tap into moist air from the Gulf and travel across the lingering warm air there in the southern states. At this point, looking ahead, AccuWeather tells us all modes of severe weather may be possible. Anything from strong wind gusts and hail to flash flooding. and perhaps a few tornadoes. The exact track of this storm is going to determine who's most prone to severe weather as those thunderstorms ramp up and head towards some of the major airport hubs in the south central states. Could see some ground stops and airline delays, and at the very least some sporadic power outages are possible in some of those stronger storms. See, we headed to March, springtime, the clash of the change of the seasons. Yeah, March typically denotes an upswing when it comes to severe weather, especially there across the southern portions of the USA. Lots to cover as we roll into midweek here. We'll get to some of our friends checking in out of the box via Facebook, YouTube, Rumble this Hump Day morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, coming up, we'll get some of our industry headlines for a brand new day. Little cooler out there, about 10 degrees cooler tonight in Southwest Ohio. 38 is what I'm showing outside the secret bunker. Although it is a clear night. Marianne on board, out of the box. Good to have you on board. Heading up to Northwest Illinois. Hello, Roy. 31 degrees. In Northwest Illinois, this time of year, up and down with the temperature. It's not hump day until Horse Feathers deems it so, correct? Thank you, Dave. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. 35 degrees currently at the Rochester International Airport. Happy hump day, all you hardworking Americans, with Steve Summers and Hot Shot Secret. We're now on a safe slope toward the weekend. All right, watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. Hello to the Iron Duck. Good morning, all. Checking in from Mason, Ohio tonight. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina, at 40 degrees. You see a cooler night tonight, definitely. North-south. He is Columbus bound. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. Hello, Pappy. What day is it? There you go. Not official till Horse Feathers makes it. So 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hope everyone had a great weekend. However, it's over, and Time to get the week started. 844-844-3388. It's hump day. All right. Throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's get the party started. Hello, Jerry. Good morning. Thank you so much for pushing those mile markers behind you, the mule markers. All right. Moving that freight around the country while we sleep so we can have everything we need in the morning to keep life better. Had sunshine, a warm day today in Kokomo. All right, hope you enjoyed that little taste of spring. Be safe. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, hello, there you go, Jerry. Gary is on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Happy hump day. Let's see, Lee. Yes, Lee, I noticed that. Apparently the app's doing that in and out thing again tonight. They've been working on this for days. Ryan stayed up till the midnight hour last night to get things operational. We have a 9 a.m. meeting this morning to try and see what we can get resolved. James, hello from Woodstock, Georgia. Looking at a high of 75 degrees today. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 42 degrees, Platkill, New York. It's round number 2 tonight to Schenectady. Larry, don't bother going over to the app. Everybody confirming. At it again. Yes, it is. Call Elon. Get him on this issue. Who else we got on board? Eskimo Mom getting her week started there. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. 6 days till Mardi Gras. 23 days till spring officially arrives, and 53 days till Easter. Wow, enjoyed the mild weather earlier today, but if you're a pet parent, it is mud season till the yard can dry out. Yes, Eskimo Mom, I can vouch for that. I'll let the rovers out, and oh man, they brought in mud, so I got to get the steam cleaner out. All right, Eskimo Mom's got an Anderson, Indiana run to start the week. After that, don't know what I'll be doing yet, but we're bouncing along I-70 in Indiana, clear and 35 degrees tonight. All right, Pappy explains it was my weekend, so he's getting his week started. The greatest day of the week, right? 844-844-3388. All right, industry headlines. It may begin to feel like we're toward the waning days of winter. But it's not time to pack away the chains just yet. Yeah, make sure. Colorado State Patrol announcing that they're going to be launching weekly chain law enforcement details along Interstate 70 from now till the end of May. Now, this past day, State Patrol announced multi-agency proactive chain carry checks will be taking place on a weekly basis along the I-70 mountain corridor through the end of the chain law season, which, again, is not till the end of May. State troopers and partnering local agencies from Glenwood Springs to Golden will be participating in these operations to enforce dangerous moving violations, especially speed and chain law violations. These operations will be held when weather is not even inclement to ensure commercial drivers and private drivers are prepared. Troopers say they will be posting public notice on the morning of the chain checks to the official Colorado State Patrol X, Instagram, and Facebook pages. Also, the results of the weekly chain checks will be shared on the State Patrol's social media pages. Now, on top of the weekly I-70 chain checks, troopers will continue chain checks at ports of entry, active chain-up stations, and daily roadside contacts, compliance with tractor traction laws. For passenger vehicles, you got to have your 3/16 of an inch tread depth, rated either all-weather or mud and snow tires. And, of course, commercial vehicles is paramount to safety of everyone in the mountain corridor. Now, with no reasonable way around closures, serious problems can arise quickly. The State Patrol aims to continue these efforts to resolve this problem, ensuring compliance before storms hit to avoid stranded motorists out there. We also work diligently with our partners in the towing industry to clear the roads as fast as possible. All right, while enforcement is important, our goal is just compliance for safety reasons. Don't pack away the chains just yet. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Florida this morning. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. All right, another scenario. Is it happening more often, or is it just making the headlines more often? I last week hearkened back to following the train incident in East Palestine, Ohio. On nearly a daily basis, it seemed like every day or two, news was talking about another train incident somewhere around the country. Everybody thought something was amiss. It turns out there's a ton of incidents. They normally just don't really make the headlines, unless it's a major event, which turned out to be the case with the toxic chemicals burning there, the evacuations in New Palestine. Airline-related issues now seem to be dominating the headlines. The latest this past day, a Southwest Airlines flight aborting their landing after nearly colliding with another plane that was crossing the runway at Chicago's Midway Airport. This past morning, video capturing the airliner Flight 2504 nearly touching down before revving back up and ascending back into the air. Ahead, you can see what's been described by NBC Chicago as an unauthorized FlexJet business jet that was crossing the runway. Ultimately, that flight safely landed, and the crew performed a precautionary go-around to avoid a possible conflict with another aircraft that had entered the runway. Is this air traffic control? Now, the crew followed safety procedures. The flight landing ultimately without incident. Nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of our customers and employees. From NBC Chicago, audio captured from live air traffic control communications indicated Southwest Airlines Flight 2504 was cleared to land on runway 31C by local controllers, with the jet, the FlexJet 560, taxiing for departure and communicating with ground control on a different frequency, apparently. In the audio, the jet was instructed to cross runway 31L, but stopped short of runway 31C to allow the Southwest flight to land. There was some confusion about the clearance, with the controlling then repeating the instruction. Obviously, the FAA has opened an investigation. The crew of the Southwest flight ultimately initiated the go-around when that business jet entered the runway without authorization at Chicago Midway Airport. According to the FAA, this all unfolded little before 9 o'clock this past morning, Tuesday, February 25th. The near miss after a stressful, devastating month for aviation. The incident over the Potomac River, the American Airlines jet and the Black Hawk helicopter colliding there. Two other incidents reported on Tuesday as a JetBlue Flight 967 diverted to John F. Kennedy International Airport after reporting a possible engine issue. Also, there's a United Airlines flight 1544 that returned to Newark Liberty International Airport, also over a possible engine issue. Is it just the fact they're making the headlines, these kind of things? I think they occur on a fairly common basis out there. All right, what do we have? 844-844-3388. Plenty of other industry headlines. Elon Musk obviously dominating the news cycles as of late. particularly revolving around the DOGE, government efficiency program. Is there a little bit of a conflict of interest? Some are questioning, as Elon is kind of determining job cuts from a number of different administration agencies, including the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Apparently, 4% of their employees laid off following direction from DOGE. Now, some say, now, hang on a minute. This is the agency that is actively investigating some of the crashes related to Tesla's autonomous and remote features. Now, the agency DOGE called the job cuts modest, saying that this department remains considerably larger than it was 4 years ago. Ultimately, a long story short, they're trying to say this is not going to impact the ongoing investigation into Tesla. We'll give you more details on that coming up here. First, we got to get a news break, right? New Day coming on. Around the country, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk will have a seat at the Trump administration table. The White House confirmed Musk will take part in President Trump's first cabinet meeting on Wednesday.
And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOGE's effort.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Musk will provide an update on how all the government secretaries are identifying waste and government fraud. Charges are upgraded against a man who allegedly confessed to police he was trying to kill Palestinians on Miami Beach. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they believe Mordecai Brofman was motivated by hate.
The state filed information, in this case charging the defendant with 2 counts of attempted murder, first degree with a firearm, with prejudice, life felonies.
Brofman's defense attorney says the 27-year-old is mentally ill and felt he was defending himself. One doctor has already declared him incompetent. Everyone is expected back in court on March 10th for arraignment. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Plenty to cover in national headlines, national news. Back to the Department of Government Efficiency. As far as the layoffs at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they reiterated this is not going to affect their investigations into Tesla, which of course is owned and directed by Musk. We have retained positions critical to the mission of saving lives, preventing injuries, and reducing economic cost due to road traffic crashes. According to the statement, we will continue to enforce the law on all manufacturers of motor vehicles and equipment in accordance with the Vehicle Safety Act and our data-driven, risk-based investigative process. Our new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, stated during his confirmation hearing last month that Musk, his connection to the White House will not prevent the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration from investigating Tesla. Steve Bradbury, the nominee to be the Department of Transportation's Deputy Secretary, echoing that sentiment during his confirmation that took place last week. Earlier this month, President Trump nominating Jonathan Morrison to lead the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. He actually worked as the chief counsel during Trump's first term as president. But there are several ongoing investigations. October of last year, the Traffic Safety Administration launched an investigation into the full self-driving feature on Tesla that allows the vehicle to take control of driving in limited conditions. I mean, they're looking into 2.4 million Tesla vehicles based on 4 reports of crashes involving that feature, including one fatality. They launched a separate investigation in January. This one looking into 2.6 million Tesla vehicles over reports of crashes related to a feature that allows the cars to be moved remotely. There's actually an app that Tesla owners can download. It's almost comic. They can back their vehicle out of the garage while they're standing out in the driveway. The remote app. It's called Smart Summon. And actually, the Smart Summon features on certain Tesla vehicles that allow that user to remotely move the vehicle to the user or another designated location through the phone app. Now, the Office of Defects Investigation has received one complaint alleging that an actual smart summon session resulted in a crash and has reviewed at least 3 media reports of apparently similar types of crashes. All 4 incidents involved the subject Tesla vehicles that were operating in the smart summon, either failing to detect posts or other parked vehicles, resulting in a crash. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said Tesla has not reported any smart summon or actually smart summon crashes involving autonomous driving systems. That's required when a crash occurs on a publicly accessible road. I think a lot of these are taking place, as I said, people trying to just get their vehicle out of the garage or something of that nature. All right, who we got there? Leonard is on board. 40 degrees in Niagara Falls, New York, USA. Scrapyard waving all 5 at you from Springdale, Arkansas tonight. Insight Logistics Management, a.k.a. ILM, located in Conway, Arkansas, folded up Sunday with about 75 drivers apparently scattered across the country. I'll do a search on that. I had not seen anything via the likes of FreightWaves or CDL Life. So Insight Logistics Management. All right. Buckeye Boy checking in from Blue Ash, Ohio. You are kind of a hop, skip, and a jump from the secret bunker there, Buckeye Boy. 41 degrees. Had a good drive up from Ackworth. Got to the hotel about an hour ago after my delivery. Tomorrow I'll run up just south of Columbus. Grab that equipment, visit with my buddy, then we'll be headed back here before my pickup on Thursday. Going to run over to Indianapolis, grab a couple of pieces from another customer, then back and do my pickup about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and we will head back south once again. All right, Bongino said on his show this past day that in order to honor his contractual agreements and get divested from all his business interest, he will continue to do his shows until March 14th. That will be his final show. His wife will take over as president of the new company that they've created to remove him from any ownership to satisfy government requirements as he prepares to assume that new position as deputy director of the FBI. Just found some troubling information via the Gutfield show. They have a comedy act and just had a baby boy in the last few days diagnosed with breast cancer. Haven't heard what stage, but I'm hoping they caught it early. But it's going to create some great challenges with the newborn. All right, Kat Tempf is the name of the lady, I guess. All right, have a great night out there. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve. Hello, fellow listeners. 42 degrees. Greensboro, North Carolina tonight. All right, safe travels out there. A good night to be moving freight there, Gilligan. And we'll get to Eagle checking in out of the box here this Wednesday morning. Hello, Eagle.
Hello?
Eagle, yeah, we got you. There you are. I thought you might have dozed off.
No, I'm still here. You said I was the first one to call in.
First out of the box, Eagle. Yes, that's you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, normally that one guy calls in, the one, I forgot what his name was, the one, I forgot what his name, normally he the first caller, the one that lived in Maryland, D.C. area. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things to talk about before I get to Trump. I wanted to say something about what happened last night. I found out, I don't know if you've seen it, the people, they asked Donald Trump a question today, the reporters, that they asked him if Philadelphia Eagles were going to be allowed to come to the White House. He said that he was, today that he said that if they want to come, it's okay. But it's up to the team now if they gonna show. So, but I've heard that. I don't know if it's a rumor or not. But I'm talking about the people that are not going, Steve, because I understand that if they do go, some of the players, such as the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, he doesn't like Donald Trump from what I've been hearing. He doesn't approve of Donald Trump and a couple of other players. So if they don't go, it's their loss. It's not Donald Trump's loss. They shouldn't hold the whole team back. I want to see you get your opinion on that. Just because a couple of players on the team don't want to meet with Trump, that shouldn't stop them from going to the White House. Because like some people say, it's a once in a lifetime thing to meet the president. Well, how do you feel about that?
All I know, Eagle, is I kind of shared after you called last evening that there's kind of conflicting reports about they haven't received an invitation yet. They did not go back in, 2018, because of some of the players not wanting to go. So I guess the players will have to make their own decision, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, because I played team sports before, sometimes we couldn't reach an agreement on doing certain things, but it didn't hold the whole team down from doing what they wanted to do. If certain people don't want to go, then don't go. Stay at home. We don't need you, the way I look at it.
Right.
It's an opportunity. Those people work long and hard to win the Super Bowl, a lot of practice and long hours, and the players that want to be there should be allowed to be there, shouldn't be held back due to another player not agreeing with Trump. But now I want to get to some other things, Steve, that Donald Trump got going on right now. Okay, now we talked about Elon Musk. I forgot to mention to you, like I say, I approve of everything he's doing. I'm speaking to you right as some of these loser outsiders. Okay, another guy I talked to today, a truck driver he calls himself a Democrat or on the left. He's saying another thing that he doesn't like is that he didn't like the fact that Elon Musk came out on the stage with a chainsaw. Did you see that when he came out with a chainsaw, talking about these are the cuts that he's going to make? Yeah. Some people got offended by that, by him coming out with a chainsaw. That's just the way of him saying the things that he's going to do. He's not trying. Well, people get offended by anything nowadays, so it doesn't shock me that somebody would be offended by that. But they're just looking for any reason right now, Steve, to criticize Musk. I will say this, like I told you on on Sunday night. I do think that, due to the fact, he is not an official White House member. I think that any of the major announcements or anything should be either Donald Trump or J.D. Vance should do it, because a lot of people you got these idiots out there saying that Musk has got too much power and that he's doing too much. So let him do his thing. Let him figure out what's going wrong, who's taking illegal money and doing the right and wrong thing, and then Donald Trump should be the one to come out on the television and announce who's going to get cut, who's going to lose their jobs, and emails, this and that. That's the way I would handle it, just to save a lot of controversy, because these people are looking for any reason, and I do mean any reason, to criticize Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Yeah, I told you this a couple of weeks ago. You got these people out there talking about, I told you, Steve, they said that Elon Musk is looking into people's history, Social Security, and backgrounds, the money. Do you really think that Elon Musk is the richest man in the world? Right. Do you really think he's worried about your $50,000 or $60,000 that you make a year? That guy spends that in one day. I really don't think Elon Musk wants somebody $100,000 salary that they earn in a year. That's like a drop in a dime, a penny in the middle of the ocean. That guy is the richest man in the world. That always amazes me when I hear somebody say that they think Elon wants to steal their money the hell out of here. What are you talking about? Now, let's talk about this other deal, Steve, with Zelensky again. I'm surprised that Vladimir Putin hasn't chimed in. As far as I know, maybe you know about what Zelensky said, that he will be willing to resign his position to get Ukraine into NATO. I still haven't heard no response from Putin. As far as I know, I'm surprised he hasn't said anything. But I'm pretty sure. I guess, like they always say, Steve, no answer is probably the same as hell no. That's probably what it means when he says no answer basically means hell no. You ain't getting in NATO. That's the way I'm taking it. So maybe, like I said, maybe Putin will give some type of answer in the next couple of days. But Zelensky and they definitely need to come together. You know, Donald Trump, they claim that they came together. I don't know if you heard about this. Some kind of deal on them. What do they call it? I forgot what that name of that stuff is in Ukraine, that they negotiated some kind of deal, minerals or whatever the hell it is. They made. Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that nobody thought that was going to happen. So basically what Trump's doing is he's going to find a way to get billions of dollars back from Ukraine to kind of pay for all that stuff we sent to him.
Yeah. Oh, that's one thing. Yeah, that's what Trump emphasized. He said, the $350 billion, they'll make more than that from these minerals that they get out of Ukraine. So Trump is always thinking ahead. He's always thinking about the USA and number one and getting this money back, because the U.S. would probably never see that money again if he didn't do it. So I have no problem with Trump doing that. This guy here is, like I said, he's a businessman that happens to be the president, and he's making things happen. The money is coming back into the U.S. Day by day, and it's only going to get better. It's only been a month now. Just think what's going to happen in the next couple of months when they really dig into this deal and find all this money that's being lost. I think good things are going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years with Trump and Musk working together. And maybe some of this money. You know, like I said, I kind of jumped the gun last week, Steve. I didn't realize, I want to say this right quick. I didn't realize that, until you said it and a couple of other people said it, when they were talking about this $5,000, $8,000 refund money for people. I didn't realize that, like you said, it would go up and it would be a lot of money to give every American that much money. It don't sound like a lot of money, but when you're doing that with every American that's eligible to receive that, like you said, that wouldn't be a good thing. They found that out a couple of years ago when they sent out the stimulus checks, after they looked into everything. So it's probably not going to happen. The Trump, he kind of jumped the gun on that one there when he said maybe we could get this money to the people. He should have looked into it a little bit more before he made that statement, and got everybody's hopes up. So it's probably not going to happen, like you say. At the biggest amount, from what I'm hearing, Steve, if we're lucky, we might get $500 out of the deal. Might not even get that if they send out money to every American. So we'll see what happens. But I'm glad that you checked on that, and maybe you can chime in some more information on if possibly there might be able to be some type of money sent out to the American people. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Several things he touched on there. Yeah, one of which the Trump administration in Ukraine apparently have actually reached a deal on mineral rights that could pave the way to a long-term security commitment to Ukraine, the war-torn nation, in exchange for helping us recoup the billions of dollars in humanitarian and military aid that we've been sending over the last 3 years. Ukrainian officials this past day said they are ready to sign the agreement on jointly developing the nation's mineral resources, including oil and natural gas, after the U.S. dropped demands for $500 billion in potential revenue from mining the resources, according to the Financial Times this past day. Asked about a report that Vladimir Zelensky was coming to the White House possibly this Friday, Trump said in his remarks this past afternoon, he said, "I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly that's okay with me if he'd like to. What we're saying is, look, we want to get that money back." During his meeting earlier this week with the French President Macron at the White House, President Trump indicated the deal was close to being completed, and Zelensky could visit Washington, D.C. this week or next to sign the deal. He also addressed the issue on Truth Social Monday after a virtual meeting involving the group of 7 nations, writing in part, "I emphasized the importance of the vital critical minerals and rare earths deal between the U.S. and Ukraine, which we hope will be signed very soon." So it looks like that may be indeed, if Zelensky's going to come over Friday, that would be to sit down and sign on the dotted line.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, other activities in our nation's capital this past day. Yeah, that's pretty big deal there, Pappy. With a push from President Trump, House Republicans sent the Republican budget blueprint to passage this past day. Now, that is a step toward delivering what Trump's been referencing as his big, beautiful bill, with $4.5 trillion in tax breaks and $2 trillion in spending cuts. Obviously, it was a very narrow vote. The virtual wall of opposition from Democrats and a handful of Republicans that were somewhat uncomfortable. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, had almost no votes to spare in the bare-bones Republican majority, and they were fighting on all fronts against Democrats, some of the uneasy rank-and-file Republicans, and skeptical Republican senators to advance this package. Reports say Trump was actually making calls to some of those wayward Republican lawmakers and actually invited Republicans to the White House. Now, the vote on Friday night, which initially appeared bound for a delay, was 217 yeas, 215 nays, with all Democrats opposed. And the outcome was in jeopardy until the gavel, Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky, ultimately winding up being the only Republican to vote against this. Now, Majority Leader Steve Scalise said before the roll call, on a vote like this, you're always going to have people you're talking to all the way through the close of the vote. That's how tight this is. After passage, though, Johnson and other House Republican leaders issued a joint statement, which is today. House Republicans moved Congress closer to delivering on President Trump's full America First agenda, not just parts of it. This momentum will grow as we work with our committee chairs and Senate Republicans to determine the best policies within their respective jurisdictions to meet budgetary targets. We have full confidence in their ability to chart the best path forward.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is reportedly coming to the U.S. after the two nations signed off on the framework for a minerals deal. President Trump was asked about it in the Oval Office today.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
Trump has been pushing for a rare earth minerals deal as a way for Ukraine to pay back the U.S. for aid provided during the war with Russia. Zelensky will reportedly come to Washington on Friday to sign off on that deal. The Trump administration may eliminate U.S. Africa Command as part of its plan to downsize the Pentagon.
NBC News cites sources including U.S. officials who say AFRICOM could move to a sub-command position under European Command. Defense officials who are pushing for the change say it would help eliminate bureaucracy and make it easier for President Trump to withdraw U.S. troops out of Africa. One U.S. official warned, though, against the move, saying a smaller American presence in Africa could create a vacuum that Russia or China could fill. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration says they want to shake up the White House press pool.
I am proud to announce that we are going to give the power back to the people who read your papers, who watch your television shows, and who listen to your radio stations.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the administration will now welcome new voices as well as traditional legacy media outlets. She adds part of the push to expand access to the press briefing room means the White House, not the White House Correspondents Association, will determine who gets access. A Missouri woman is pleading guilty in the scam to sell Elvis Presley's Graceland estate.
Prosecutors say Lisa Findley forged the signatures of Presley's late daughter Lisa Marie on a note that claims she did not pay back a nearly $4 million loan connected to Findley. Graceland was fraudulently listed as collateral, and Findley illegally put the Tennessee estate up for auction. She could get 57 months in federal prison when she's sentenced in June. I'm Lisa Taylor.
At work, at home, or in your car, we're just grateful to be along for the ride. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Elon Musk says federal employees will be given another chance to reply to an email asking what they accomplished last week.
A new email sent by the U.S. Office of Personnel Management ahead of the initial midnight deadline Monday says agencies should review responses and evaluate non-responses. President Trump praised the effort, saying the original email was genius and suggested the government may be paying people who don't even exist. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Israel is admitting to launching airstrikes in Syria. The Israeli government confirmed reports of several strikes near Damascus. The Israeli defense minister says the Air Force is now attacking strongly in southern Syria. This comes as the new Syrian government has called for the full withdrawal of Israeli forces from their country. The U.S. Supreme Court is ordering a new trial for Oklahoma death row inmate Richard Glossip. Glossip's attorney, Don Knight, says the ruling is a victory for justice and fairness.
We've been fighting this case for 10 years now to have, the court vindicate us and all of our efforts, keep Rich from being wrongly executed. It's been amazing.
Knight says district attorneys do not have the duty to win. They have a duty to do justice, and that means they have to play fair. The new trial was ordered after it was discovered prosecutors knowingly allowed false testimony during his 2004 retrial for the murder-for-hire killing of Oklahoma City motel owner Barry Von Treese. Glossip has had 9 execution dates since he was first convicted and 3 last meals. I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we get a new day underway, another hour. Rolling into hump day. All right, hello to Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 37 degrees under starlit skies in Ellsworth, Iowa. Just got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded up for a short but fast trip to the land of Lincoln. An absolutely great night for trailer trucking. All right, drinking some black coffee. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and a special one-night only shout-out to Eagle. from Parks Livestock of Iowa. Then I mentioned the spending bill. He also referenced that. He said that bill also has an increase for the debt ceiling, the debt ceiling limit, some $4 trillion. So what is the purpose of DOGE if we're going to keep spending? That's a good question. Rubber Duck checks in from Mishawaka, Indiana. I guess that means the home 20 because he's rolling back over. Okay. Good to have you on board there. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, we'll take a look out west. Things are warming up in the southwestern USA soon after the warmth builds over the interior southwest. Offshore winds are going to kick up and help bring the heat to coastal areas of Southern California. So we're talking another Santa Ana wind event. And that warmth is going to drive up the wildfire risk. Temps are expected to surge 10 to 20 degrees above average across the interior southwest. Phoenix, Las Vegas, Palm Springs, California. So for today, Wednesday and Thursday's Phoenix daily records would be 91 and 92 degrees. Both of those set in 1986. Those highs will be challenged. Las Vegas and Palm Springs will challenge record highs set that same year. Tuesday's record was 85 degrees in Las Vegas, 95 in Palm Springs. This late winter warmth with no threat of lightning or downpours will probably spark some interest in outdoor activities. In the deserts, people are encouraged. Take the heat seriously. Pack plenty of water for hiking and other ventures. As high pressure builds over the interior west here midweek, it will create stiff breezes that are forced over the mountains and through the canyons there in Southern California, a.k.a. the Santa Ana wind event that will push warmth to the coastal areas. Same time, the winds and the moisture-starved air and the drying landscape after we saw rains earlier in the month will be indeed increasing the risk for wildfires. Fortunately, winds not expected to be extreme with this particular event. Now, they said most gusts will range from 30 to 50 miles per hour. We could see a gust occasionally to 60. The experts just say, take care, use common sense. Even this low-end Santa Ana can still lead to quickly spreading wildfires from open flames, sparks, or outdoor power equipment. Be vigilant and promptly report any smoke to local fire companies and authorities. Now, the winds will help boost temperatures, though, in coastal areas. Downtown Los Angeles may challenge record highs both today and Thursday. L.A., Wednesday's record, 87, set back in 2002. Thursday's record, 86 from 2020. And on Thursday, San Diego, you may challenge your record high of 84 degrees. So winds are forecast to ease up late this week. Temperatures should return to normal, more near historical average. Now, since this storm's going to struggle to grab much moisture from the Pacific, any sort of rain would be very sporadic. Nonetheless, there could be a spotty shower over Southern California Friday into Friday night. All right, 844-844-3388. Looking for who's the leaker? The Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says her department has identified some of the individuals responsible for the recent leak of that memo regarding the large-scale immigration and customs enforcement raid in Los Angeles area. Now, she's vowed to identify more leakers, saying, we're not here to play games. According to the Daily Caller, Noem previously indicated that, corrupt FBI agents were responsible for a memo that was leaked to the LA Times ahead of that potential large-scale ICE raid near Los Angeles. She spoke to Fox News' Sean Hannity earlier this week, and she gave an update regarding those responsible for that leak. I have found some leakers. We're continuing to get more, she said. They will be fired. There will be consequences. And remember, when they leak information to the press in order to blow up an operation, they are putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. They're risking their lives and putting their families in the position where they have to live without those individuals any further. She also told Hannity that the Department of Homeland Security has used every tactic available to identify the individuals responsible for the leak, including polygraphs, reviewing employee emails, reviewing other communications at the department. It is amazing how these bureaucrats with an agenda to stop the work we're doing to bring safety to this country, how they'll sell it. They'll sell each other down the river if it's just to protect themselves. So don't worry. I'm doing everything to find these leakers, and we're going to get rid of them so we can do our work, and our law enforcement officers and agencies can do it safely. All right, so Hannity asked whether it was a crime for government workers to be tipping off gang members prior to these ICE raids, to which Noem said, absolutely. And when they're breaking the law, we are prosecuting, and we're going to hold them accountable. I don't know if they've specified any actual names yet, but quite interesting. Meanwhile, other industry headlines, some good news. The North Carolina Department of Transportation said major repairs on the Whitson Avenue Bridge have been completed, allowing the reopening today, Wednesday, the 26th. North Carolina DOT in a news release said that the barricades to the bridge near Asheville, North Carolina will be removed at that point in time, reconnecting U.S. Highway 70 to old U.S. Highway 70, both of which are main thoroughfares. All right. We are proud to serve the Swannanoa community. According to the engineering division there, we're humbled by the outpouring of appreciation for the work that we've completed to reconnect the community. Now, also scheduled for today is a bridge reopening ceremony by the Swannanoa Grassroots Alliance. Areas approaching the bridge from each direction were washed out by the flooding from Hurricane Helene. Now, the crews repaired the approaches with new fill material, built a wall behind the southern abutment, replaced a concrete slab approaching the bridge, and applied new asphalt and curb and gutter. They also installed new asphalt and new traffic signals at the nearby old U.S. Highway 70. According to the latest update, the North Carolina DOT has repaired or replaced 213 bridges and nearly 800 culverts damaged by the hurricane. All right, of all the roads closed by the storm, 89% have now reopened. Of course, the other big news was Interstate 40 in western North Carolina will join that list of reopened roads coming up this Saturday, finally. 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
Who would ever think in this country you'd have to be concerned about coming across improvised explosive devices on back roads or side roads? That's the kind of thing you can... That's Iraq. That's Afghanistan. But apparently it is becoming the case in portions of the southern USA. The death of a Texas rancher, Brownsville, Texas, has spurred a warning from the Texas Agriculture Commissioner that ranchers in and around the Rio Grande Valley are at risk. A tragic and alarming incident occurred near Brownsville, Texas, where a U.S. citizen and a Texas rancher were killed by an improvised explosive device, IED. According to the post on the Texas Department of Agriculture website, this shocking act of violence highlights the growing threat posed by cartel activity along our southern border. The regional agribusiness community, according to Miller, covers both sides of the border. Miller said everyone should be on alert at all times, regardless of where they are. I urge all Texas farmers, ranchers, and agriculture workers who travel to Mexico or operate near the border, exercise extreme caution. The lower Rio Grande Valley is a crucial part of Texas agriculture. And of course, the safety of our community is of utmost importance. We cannot overlook the rising violence that threatens not only lives, but the security of our farms, ranches, rural communities. Now, Miller called on everyone in the agricultural industry to stay vigilant, remain aware of your surroundings, report any suspicious activity to law enforcement. Additionally, if you can avoid dirt roads or remote areas, refrain from touching any unfamiliar objects that could be explosives. Limit your travels to the daylight hours. Stay on main roads. Avoid cartel-controlled regions. Our agriculture community is the backbone of Texas. We got to do everything we can to protect him. Now, the incident he was referencing took place earlier this month when a 74-year-old Antonio Saldinera of Brownsville triggered an IED while driving a truck on his ranch. Now, this was on the Mexico side, I guess, San Fernando, Tamaulipas, Mexico. Horatio Lopez and his wife were also in the vehicle. Pena died. Ortega was hospitalized. But yes, the Mexican police say that the IEDs are being used by the cartels to keep rival cartels off their property, off their land. Okay. Meanwhile, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Oh, or I guess we have to, Pappy says it needs to be official here, so I guess we're going to start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it?
All right, it's finally Hump Day. We'll take it.
All right, there you go. Hey, do you think if Eagle can't remember horse feathers, he'd remember to make a donation to the Mother's Day truck convoy? Oh, wait a minute. Did I throw that out there today?
Yes, you did.
I hate when that happens. All right. We should stop doing that. Anyway, maybe not. But anyways, I don't know. So guess we kind of got an early start with a long day that we probably didn't get as much sleep as we were supposed to have, but we're going to make it work one way or another. But maybe take a nap somewhere. But anyway, so the checkup we had yesterday there for the wife all went good, so we're all looking good for that.
That's
so
good.
A few more weeks of getting along, and maybe we'll be getting back to normal. Everything should be back to normal. Wasn't a big major thing, but it was enough to be a little setback for a couple months. So we'll see. But it says everything was fixable, nothing unfixable. So we'll let that go with that. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, I didn't really turn on any news or anything to know anything about what was going on in the world there. So I'm kind of glad to hear about this stuff going on. Everything we've got from your news source so far. But yeah, we did have to find you on the YouTube again there. I guess the app is having its issues.
Again, yeah, that's 2 out of 3. What the hell?
Yeah, so, well, maybe we can get it. Maybe they figured it out from the first time. Maybe it won't be so hard to straighten out this time.
According to Ryan,
but anyways,
radio.co did some sort of an update and an upgrade to the system, and whatever it was, whatever the update did, it's got things, they've thrown a monkey wrench into everything.
Well, then that's what happens is that one system gets updated and then the other system doesn't know how to work with the new update.
Correct.
So that it can't work with it until it's updated. Remember the whole deal there we had with the apps the long time ago there was like after the first or second year of the show and whatever the whole system was there that they had to go Hotshot had, Josh and had to go through and actually redo the whole app itself.
Had to rebuild the whole app. Yep, they did.
Yep. So it was off. I think did it come back on YouTube first and then Facebook later? But it was the what went to the internet for the Facebook and YouTube that just didn't correspond with it anymore. So it didn't work. But anyways, hopefully it's not that much of a reconstruction project, or maybe, as you say, your radio.co there can figure it out and figure out how to either upgrade or downgrade or whatever. But anyways, other than that, just kind of coasting along in the middle of the week here, and I don't know, having temperatures we've got right now, and the fact that it's going to be the end of the month, I haven't heard a whole lot that there might be any possibility of the extension for the waiver of hours of service for any of the propane or fuel hauling. So we'll have to kind of wait and see if we get any more extensions. But if not, we might be all done with our extra running there Friday at midnight. So we'll have to see how all that pans out. So it looks like there might be a deal going on that we'd get some natural gas and oil out of the Ukraine there.
Yeah, that is affirmative. Yes.
Okay, well, that would be good. So you think that would come back to the United States, or do you think that would go into the market and possibly help supply over there in Europe and that? Because, you know, they rely pretty heavily on the OPEC oil and the OPEC Plus oil. And
that's Russia.
If I remember correctly, yeah, exactly. The OPEC Plus is one Putin there, right? So maybe you know, they can, if they really wanted to stop things over there, instead of supplying their enemy with a cash flow for gas and oil, maybe they can. Maybe we'll have the gas and oil that comes out of the Ukraine, and they can buy it from us.
I have no idea how much oil and gas. I mean, one thing they do have apparently a lot of is lithium. Yeah, that's a key component in building those batteries. But I think they're more interested in the lithium than anything else. But we pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Speaking with French President Macron at the White House, Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Federal judges have dealt President Trump 3 legal setbacks.
Among them include halting Trump's executive order that would have suspended all refugee admissions and cut funding for resettlement agencies. Then the Trump administration was ordered once again to release foreign aid funds it owes to government contractors and nonprofit groups. Finally, a judge in D.C. indefinitely blocked the administration from freezing federal loans and grants. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump is announcing a new pathway to citizenship for wealthy investors. The announcement came today that the U.S. is going to sell what's called the Gold Card. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
According to the update, Associated Press just a few hours ago, a little more details on what this so-called deal might entail with Ukraine. Whereas Ukraine and the U.S. reaching an agreement on the framework for a broad economic deal that would include access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals. Now, the officials familiar with the matter, speaking anonymously, one of them said that Kyiv hopes that signing the agreement will ensure the U.S. continues to offer military support that they urgently need. I don't know about that. Trump wants the war to end. Now, the agreement could be signed as early as Friday. Plans are being drawn up for Zelensky to travel to Washington to meet Trump, according to one of the Ukrainian officials. Another official said the agreement would provide an opportunity for Zelensky and President Trump to discuss continued military aid, which he said that's why Kyiv is so eager to finalize the deal. Now, Trump called it a big deal that could be worth $1 trillion. It could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things. Now, some of the technical details are still to be determined. However, the draft, they say, does not include a contentious Trump administration proposal to give the U.S. $500 billion worth of profits as compensation for its wartime assistance to Kyiv. Rather, the U.S. and Ukraine would have a joint ownership of a fund, and Ukraine would in the future contribute 50% of proceeds from state-owned resources, minerals, oil, gas. One official said the deal had actually better terms of investments And another said that Kyiv actually secured some favorable amendments, and they viewed the outcome as positive. Some are saying it's kind of a win-win scenario. This would be beneficial for Ukraine, and we would be getting some of our return on investment, I guess is what they would call it. All right, and Cheryl points out, Lauren Weiss said if we're going to increase the debt ceiling, which I hadn't seen, but he said it was like $4 trillion. Cheryl said it's my understanding that the tax reductions for the people is actually counted as an increase in spending. So in order to get the tax breaks for the people into the bill, the debt ceiling had to be raised. I guess that would make some sense if you're going to not have money coming in. But all right, so thanks for the heads up there. But rare earth minerals, lithium, they've also got some significant amounts of uranium, if I understand correctly.
Okay, so well, I guess wasn't there a deal they were trying to work? Somebody was trying to work on at one point of mining the ocean floors or down in the ocean for the lithium. One of the oceans, I thought they found like a lithium deposit or something. They were trying to figure out how to vacuum it out.
Correct. I remember touching on that.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was pretty darn costly. The amount of material you had to go through to get it out.
Well, not just that. Is what is it doing to the ocean when you're doing something like that? I mean, occasionally we have enough trouble with our oil drilling rigs out, in places in the Gulf. I don't even remember something called Horizon that we had a little problem with. But anyway, so just you start doing something completely new and different. You don't know what kind of problems you might arise, if it'd be good or beneficial that you have to wait 10, 20, 30 years to find out what the real outcome is. And the uranium, didn't we used to have uranium in this country until we wasn't there a Hillary Clinton that had a deal going or something?
Gave up a bunch of that, didn't we?
Yeah, where did that go? Was that
Russia?
Was that to Russia?
Yes, it was.
Is there a Russia? Is there Russia collusion here? Every time you turn around, it seems like there's a Russian aspect to this stuff. But anyway, so I guess the big question we have to ask is if there's a deal with Ukraine and especially the oil part of it, there is that state-run oil company. What was the name of that state-run oil company that I believe? Was it Hunter Biden that was involved with that state-run oil company?
Was that Burisma?
Burisma? Yeah. Is Hunter Biden still going to be involved with selling oil from Burisma? Oh, boy, I tell you, the plot thickens, Your Honor. There's just so many things to ask and how things are going to develop and work out. It's just, you almost need like one of them big 5-pound bags of popcorn and a big screen TV and an easy chair to sit back and just kind of watch and let it all soak in there. But you're not going to get the play-by-play anymore from Joy Reid. How is the left going to survive without her on their TV screen every night, Your Honor? I mean, isn't Bernie Sanders going to have issues sitting down watching TV without her there?
Oh boy, what are they going to do? What can you do?
No, I don't know.
Somebody got to pick up the slack. I obviously I do not tune in, but Rachel Maddow actually kind of had a meltdown on the air last night, and kind of lambasting her own network, saying that it was a big mistake to let Joy go. That was in. Oh, what we also had two. Well, get it? 2 non-white primetime announcers. They're both losing. I guess she's saying that this is all based on race. It's racism.
Oh no! Are we pulling that card back?
There we go.
There we go. Well, it is Black History Month, Your Honor.
That is correct.
You speak of that. There was listened to the Grand Ole Opry here Friday night, and then they just did the replay. And, they got a country singer who comes on, and, her name is Mickey Guyton. Now, does Mickey Guyton sound any different than just a normal American name? I mean, you had like Mickey Gilley and I don't know, but anyways, it just sounds like a normal,
right.
Watching on the radio, because you can see so much on the radio, they have to mention that, she's a black singer, one of the few black female singers in country music. Why do I need to know that? What was the importance for me to know that?
Yeah.
Can't I just say it's Mickey Guyton, and yes, I like the way she sings.
I like her
the
music.
Songs she sings.
That is correct.
I like the music. Why do I have to be worried about that she's one of the few black female country? I don't know, Your Honor. So, I mean, what happens when the first Purple Martian transgender gets on something? I mean, are we going to be promoting that when that comes down through here and happens? But anyways, maybe we can see how ridiculous some of that sounds if you say something like that to it. But I'm sure they're waiting for it, Your Honor. I'm sure they're waiting for it. I'm sure there's a group of them. But anyways, so I guess that's about all I can make out for you there. But
all right, well, thank you for
that's about what we got going.
Thank you for officially making it Hump Day. There you go. All right, 26th day, February. Hello to the lovely Dingbat. Wacky Wednesday is here. But for her, it is her Friday, as it could not have come quick enough. All right, Mr. Peabody, warming up the Wayback Machine. With that said, Wilson found some interesting items as well. What do we have? Birthdays. This date in history, 1802, Victor Hugo, who wrote The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Les Miserables, was born. 1829 on this date, Levi Strauss was born. 1916, from Smokey and the Bandit, Sheriff Buford T. Justice, a.k.a. Jackie Gleason, was born on this date. All right, today it is National Pistachio Day. It is National Tongue Twister Day. It's National Tell a Fairy Tale Day, and it is National Pink Shirt Day. Supposedly it's to help fight bullying. Okay. Don't have my pink shirt on. Sorry about that. I'm not up with the times. 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, I did not realize, apparently, Ryan, behind the scenes, has been working into the late night hours, trying to get this app thing up and running, which he said it's back. And I see the numbers. People are finally coming on and sticking around. Yeah, I got the back up and running. So, Eskimo Mom, she said Rumble was giving her fits. So you can go back to the app there. Pappy, I know you typically listen on the app as well once he checks in on Facebook. Joy Reed, he says, bye-bye, Joy. Bye-bye, Joy. Bye-bye. All right, meanwhile, let me get back to see what's on the line. Sundance, I do believe. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir. Hey, I haven't heard any gas prices. Are we going up or down?
I know locally our price was down to $2.60 something. Yes, $2.67, I think. I think the diesel prices are pretty much, they haven't really gone up or down. They're pretty stable.
I got you. I haven't heard anybody discuss that little kid that was in the Oval Office a couple of weeks ago. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, Elon Musk's son, yes.
Yeah. Did you see what that little kid said to the president?
No. What did he say?
He told him he wasn't the president and he needed to go away. And then he turned around and told him to shut his mouth.
Didn't hear a thing about that.
You didn't hear that?
No, didn't hear a thing about it. But thought he was a pretty cute kid sitting on his daddy's shoulders.
Oh no, he wasn't sitting on his daddy's shoulder when he said that. He was, when Elon was talking, the little kid was looking at the president and telling him to shut his mouth. And Trump just turned his head when he said it. He didn't look at the kid, like give him the death stare, the look. Like if a little kid told me that, I just look him down. So I don't know what's going on here.
I know. What do you want to make of it?
We have a weak president. When a 3-4-year-old kid.
Okay. All right, son. We have a weak president.
All right.
My. Kids say the darndest things, Sundance. That's all I know. Kids say the darndest things. It's always been the case. Hey, there was a hit television show based on just that years ago.
Right. Yeah. And okay, I guess y'all that. Okay. All right, the other thing I called about, when Philip comes on, Spaceman there, can you ask him why we have sunlight in the daytime, but there's no sunlight in space?
I've often wondered about that. When you look up toward the heavens and there's millions and millions of stars, all the light that is generated for our planet from just our one closest star, why isn't the entire universe lit up from the light from all those stars?
Right. Well, and why isn't, like our night sky right now, why isn't like sunlight blowing by us? We would be dark, but it should be light on the outside. But then in the daytime, it's like right there at us. If Philip can explain that to me, I'm curious. I'm kind of getting to this thing that the sun is local. It's not that far away.
Yeah, the flat Earth thing.
Yeah, I think I'm falling for it, and that's why that SpaceX rocket hit the firmament about a month ago and blew up. Elon's trying to bust through the firmament which is in the Bible, if any of you Bible believers
want
to talk about it.
I don't know. Spend a little less time on the Flat Earth Society website there. I think we've pretty much confirmed we are on a globe. But we'll leave it at that. Yeah, Pappy had forwarded a story my way this past morning. He said, "Have you heard this? You know what?" Yeah, at which point I had not. I said, I've got to share this with the audience. I printed it up this past morning. You know, where you've got these liberal judges, weak on crime, letting people that commit murder back onto the streets, like pending their trial and things of that nature. One of those cases happened just last week in Texas. A murderer had an $800,000 bond or bail, whatever it was. It got reduced to $200, and he's back on the streets. And even his family members are saying, why? This is somewhat similar, but this is even more disturbing. This is like a page right out of Silence of the Lambs. An institutionalized man who confessed to the 2011 killing of a homeless man in Connecticut, in which he ate the victim's body parts in a cemetery, has been granted a conditional release. Tyree Smith granted a conditional release by the Nutmeg State's Psychiatric Security Review Board last Friday, allowing him to leave Connecticut Valley Hospital in Middletown, although he will remain under supervision and continue to receive mental health services. According to WFSB, Smith's doctor said the cannibal killer has been rehabilitated, and he's taking his medications to help with psychosis and the voices in his head. To quote the director there, "He is a joy. He's considered a support to the other people there." According to one forensic psychiatrist, once he was stable, he was a really calming presence for other patients. He has maintained clinical stability, adhered to the medications, and continued to engage in group and substance abuse treatment. He also denied visual hallucinations and a desire to harm others or himself. He's a new man. Now, others, including Republican State Senator Paul Cicerella, contesting that Smith should stay under close watch in a hospital. Murder and cannibalism and release in the same sentence, that's a problem for me. That's concerning to me. Now, Cicerella and fellow Republican State Senator Henry Martin, Heather Summers, Stephen Harding, all calling this decision outrageous. It is mind-boggling, they say. This individual killed and ate part of his victim and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. His victim's family raising objections about his release. What about them? Where is the justice for them? This terrible decision puts public safety in jeopardy and is yet another terrible message to send to the Connecticut violent crimes victims and their families. This person should never be out. We are dumbfounded at this injustice. In what universe would this be okay? In 2013, a 3-judge panel found Smith not guilty by reason of insanity in the death of Angel Gonzalez. He was committed to Connecticut Valley Hospital for 60 years. Smith confessed to killing the homeless man with an axe inside an abandoned home before removing parts of his brain and eye and several organs that he subsequently consumed at Lakeview Cemetery. Gonzalez's sister-in-law calling on the board to continue holding Smith in the hospital. How do we really know he's not going to do this again, she asks. He had no remorse for killing Angel. His grandkids are scared. His daughter is scared. Yeah, she couldn't come today because her blood sugar dropped to 52. A diagnosed schizophrenic, Smith will receive first day passes and confined to the hospital grounds. As his progress continues, he will receive additional freedoms like supervised off-site visits. You can't make this stuff up, like I said, right out of Silence of the Lambs. The Cannibal Killer. All right, industry headlines coming up just ahead. We'll get back to your calls. What's on your mind? Hump Day coming on. It is 844-844-3388. Trucking companies apparently going to be the main target in the New York State Thruway's campaign to collect every single dollar owned by debtors who evade the tolls. Big time focus on trucking companies. More on that from CDL Life coming up in our next hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Speaking with French President Macron at the White House, Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Federal judges have dealt President Trump 3 legal setbacks.
Among them include halting Trump's executive order that would have suspended all refugee admissions and cut funding for resettlement agencies. Then the Trump administration was ordered once again to release foreign aid funds it owes to government contractors and nonprofit groups. Finally, a judge in D.C. indefinitely blocked the administration from freezing federal loans and grants. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump is announcing a new pathway to citizenship for wealthy investors. The announcement came today that the U.S. is going to sell what's called the Gold Card.
We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship.
While speaking from the Oval Office, Trump said the Gold Card is going to be similar to a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. Wealthy people will be coming into the country buying the card, and those who get the Gold Card will be spending a lot of money, paying a lot of taxes, and employing a lot of people, according to the president. Robbers have been targeting freight trains for years along a route that travels from Arizona to California through the Mojave Desert.
The thieves are interested in a particular type of cargo, Nike sneakers. In one heist, 2,000 pairs of unreleased Air Jordans worth more than $400,000 were taken from a BNSF train. Investigators say there have been at least 10 robberies since last March. According to investigators, the robbers slashed the brake lines on rail cars, causing the emergency brakes to kick in and bringing the trains to a screeching halt. Police say they've arrested 2 ringleaders in Los Angeles. Associates serve as spotters so the team of robbers knows which rail cars to hit. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As the search continues for a missing Georgia teacher, there's a new twist in that case.
Gary Jones, a teacher at Westminster School in Atlanta, went missing after being seen on surveillance video receiving his phone from Jocelyn Wilson before they went boating on Lake Oconee on February 8th. Wilson's body was found the next day. WSB-TV reports authorities are treating the case as a death investigation, which often resembles a murder investigation due to findings in Wilson's autopsy. Search teams and cadaver dogs are still looking for Jones, with canine units detecting a potential human scent. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Israel has admitted to launching airstrikes against Syria, and this comes as the new Syrian government called for the full withdrawal of Israeli forces from their country. Chicago Southside priest Michael Fegler and community leaders believe the country is in distress. The group hoisted an upside-down flag in front of St. Sabina Church yesterday.
Police in New York County say 49-year-old Diogenes Archangel Ortiz was holding hostages in the UPMC Memorial Hospital ICU Saturday and threatening to kill one in the hallway when several officers opened fire. Officer Andrew Duarte and the gunman were killed in the shootout, 5 others wounded. Ortiz apparently targeted the ICU where his family member was treated and died within the last week, something officials said Ortiz had difficulty accepting. John Summers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
right, thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour underway. Hump Day. Here it is. Midweek. Again, the app back up and running. Thank you, Ryan. He's going to be dragging for our morning conversation. He just went to bed a few minutes ago, but I guess it goes with part of the job, right? All right. Also, part of the job is trying to share factual information whenever possible. I hadn't heard a thing about Elon Musk's son. I did a quick search. And according to Snopes, the official fact checkers, which if Snopes, if anything, they would be considered a more of a left-leaning outlet, if you know what I mean. Yeah, definitely not considered a conservative outlet. According to Snopes, on February 11, 2025, Elon Musk took his 4-year-old son, who he calls X. He's got a really weird name. Most of Elon's kids have weird names. Took him to the news conference there with President Trump, where they discussed that new executive order about the Doge. The young X caught the internet's attention within a few minutes of the news conference, where hundreds of people across multiple platforms were claiming that he said, "You're not the president, you need to go away," or something similar. Later, people claimed he said, "I want you to shush your mouth." Several of those posts received millions of views. The truth is, it is not possible to hear the entirety of what X said, and it is unclear exactly where he was looking while speaking. Musk's voice masked the audio of his son's voice, and what the youngster X said is only partially discernible. The first claim of the two-part claim that he said, "You're not the president, you need to go away," at the 1:48-minute mark, is not an accurate claim. The only words we can confirm are "to go away." Although he appeared to look at Trump at first, his gaze drifted while he was speaking. The second part of the claim that he said, "I want you to shush your mouth," may be partially accurate. While it does sound like he said, "I want you to shush your mouth," he was not looking at Trump at any point while saying this. But beyond him, likely where the reporters stood, the only person audibly speaking at the time was Elon Musk. We actually ran the audio through audio splitting software, vocal remover, and we reached the same results. In conclusion, at this time, there is no way to determine the entirety of what X said or who he said it to. Thank you. Morning, Pappy.
Leave it to Sundance to give us the facts, though, Joe. Steve, let me ask you, man. Am I hearing things, or did I hear correctly? Did Mr. Sundance say that there's no sunshine in outer space? Is that what he said?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, I guess when, you hear when they have the rocket launch, when they go up, I don't know. The more you think about it, yeah, as the space station goes around, they go into daylight and darkness 13 times a day, right? So there is daylight out there.
Steve, how do you think we're able to see the moon? How do you think we're able to see all these other planetary objects in our solar system? Why is it the astronauts can only spacewalk for so long? Because they are exposed to radiation levels at a higher rate out in space. Steve. All right, let's move on, man. Mr. Cannonball Murderous, mark my words, is going to end up taking his meds.
That's exactly. He's going to get out. He's going to stop the meds, and he's going to hear those voices, and he's going to see those things. And yeah, who gets to be the next victim, right?
Yeah, so I was just getting ready to say it. I wouldn't want to be a social worker or doctor going to make that house call. Steve, I'm telling you, several times a week, one of the worst calls, man, I'm telling you, Steve, that I always hated to get is when the dispatch comes over and dispatches a couple cars to an address for a subject off their medication, destroying property in the house, threatening family members. And who do they call, Steve? What do? They pick up the phone and call 911. Man. Hey, we got to talk about Ukraine's dictator, Monica Lewinsky, here again a little bit. Steve, he better take this deal, and he's out here trying to make demands about Ukraine being accepted into NATO.
Mm-hmm.
J.D. Vance made that clear that is not going to happen. When he comes to visit Trump on Friday, and he's in the Oval Office, I don't think that visit's going to go like it did with the Clinton president. I'm sorry, Steve. I can't help myself, man.
So I mean,
this dude's going to end up spraying a leak.
It sounds like he says this is going to be an opportunity to sit down mano a mano with Trump, because I mean, first of all, he was PO'd that he talked to Putin behind his back or whatever. Let him know after the fact. He's going to try to get some sort of additional military support or backing, right?
Steve, what Trump was doing, he went and talked to Russia. Right. What do you want, man? What do we got to do to get this resolved? He hears Putin's side, and he obviously was going to go to Monica Lewinsky. What do you need? What do you want to get this resolved, man? We got to get this resolved. Obviously, both sides are not going to get everything they want. They're not going to be happy. That's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump's the master negotiator, and he'll make it happen. And I'm telling you, Lewinsky better take this deal, Steve. I'm hearing things that his generals are not very pleased with him at the moment. And just like the generals weren't really pleased with Hitler when they planted a bomb and tried to kill him because they knew he was nuts. So he ended up might spring a leak from some foreign object entering his body, man, if he don't get on board and put an end to this madness. I'm just saying. Steve, last night, man, I was talking about detail cards. Silly ass me. Should have brought up performance evaluations. Steve, when you're a rookie and you first come out, we first hire you. Normally they come out from the jail. You're on probation for a year. That individual can be let go for any reason during that 1 year period.
Mm-hmm.
Once they get off probation, they are now in the union, which makes it a little harder, right, to get rid of them. But during that first year, we do an evaluation, a performance evaluation every 3 months. And they are every week, their field training officer does a performance evaluation on them. That gets sent through the chain of command. So once you're off probation, you get a performance evaluation every year. An employer has to have a way of judging an employee's performance. It's that God simple, man. You know, and in law enforcement, we get heat a lot of time because, you got quotas. You know, on that detail card, on the back of it, there is a list of categories that we get stats for. A traffic ticket, right? A traffic warning, auto accident report, a regular report, a theft report or whatever. A warrant arrest, a felony arrest, a misdemeanor arrest. Just there's several categories that you take credit for on the back of your detail card. And every 4 months, they put out the stats of all the officers for the department. And you have to be within a 20% margin of all the other officers, or you are considered low in stats and underperforming. So if the average tickets written in a month is, we use a simple number, 10, you have to be within 20% of 10. Which is pretty easy, Steve. I mean, that means you have to write 2 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If the average is 10, and you wrote 0, you're underperformance. It's no different in the civilian world, Steve. If these employees are underperforming, right, not doing what's running around in their pajamas all day because they don't have a meeting and not doing anything, why are they getting paid? If a police officer's out here running his beat, it's a slow day. He's not getting dispatch to anything. Do we just let him park his car behind the business and take a nap for 12 hours? I mean, can you, how would you?
Right.
I've always told the guys that I trained, is you got to have some self-worth here, man. How would you feel good about yourself? You know, how could you go home at the end of the day knowing that you ain't doing nothing at work and you're not earning your money?
I guess some would consider that's the job of a lifetime. I don't have to do squat and I'm getting a good paycheck. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Might not be considered fraud, but it surely is hell considered waste. And Steve, unfortunately, I'm telling you, man, the union, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm against unions, but if we got an officer that's underperforming, he's just not doing nothing all day. He's sleeping. He's not responding to some details. There's some details that will come out where it's see a complainant for a report. You literally have to knock on the door and make contact with somebody. There's other details that come out that it's an investigate a disabled vehicle on Interstate 74 at the 7 Mile post. You're supposed to go to that, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to maybe, make contact because maybe it was somebody just pulled over and they left already for whatever reason. They weren't really disabled. But you're supposed to drive your butt out there and check. And if you're not doing that, and you're lying on your detail card saying you did, I'm telling you, it's hard to fire somebody. You have to document many, many incidents where somebody is screwing up. And a little bit, I'm talking about government work here. We're talking about the federal government. I'm just, throwing out local stuff here. But in the civilian world, it's a little bit different, Steve. Right? I own a business. Dude's not performing. He walks in. You're fired, dude. Get out of here. You took 3 weeks to build that house, man. It should only took a week. Well, what's going on? This has been happening for 6 months. As long as you're not firing somebody based on the color of their skin, based on their religion, if you're not violating, their rights, you got a right to fire somebody. It's just not that way in the government, unfortunately. What else, man? Trying to think. There was something else that came up. I should do like, who was it? Not the Buster.
Put your notes down.
And he was writing some notes down. Oh, bingo came to me. These leftists are melting down because Trump wants to fire these non-performing or employees that don't even exist. They're melting down, Steve. He's firing employees. Steve, I don't know where I heard this at. It's not, I wish I would have thought of it, but I didn't. Somebody else did. I'm just relaying it. These leftists had no problem with federal employees, military personnel, and everybody else around this country were being fired because they didn't take the vaccine. They didn't have a problem with that.
Thousands of them.
Fakes, frauds, commies, American haters. They hate this country, Steve. All right, I'm done with my rant. I appreciate it. Back to work tomorrow. Everybody be safe. Remember down. Steve, thanks for taking the call. Buddy.
All right. Yeah, watch out for the cannibal killer. All right. All right. Eagle asked me to do a little research. And here's your answer. It looks like despite the rumors that the Philadelphia Eagles would not attend the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory, President Trump announced yesterday, Tuesday, that he will be extending the invite. Now, the Birds skipped out on attending when they won in 2018. A club source told Outkick, I guess that's a sports outfit, on Monday that the team would, in fact, go this year. Yeah, Trump confirmed the invite while he was talking with reporters. He said, quote, "They will be invited. We haven't yet, but we will be. Yeah, I thought it was a great performance by them. Absolutely. They will be extended an invitation. We'll do it right away. We'll do it today. They deserve to be down here. We hope to see them." Now, in attendance at the game, of course, Trump predicted the Chiefs would win. But instead it was a Philadelphia beat down from the get-go. The day after the Super Bowl, veteran offensive lineman Lane Johnson said it would be a, quote, team decision to go. Johnson was a part of the Super Bowl team that had its invitation actually rescinded by Trump after some players refused to visit the White House. Now, this is going back, to refresh your memory, back in 2018. Why did Trump rescind it? Because he was, some of those players criticizing Trump, criticizing those who had kneeled or raised their fists during the national anthem. That's when that whole taking a knee thing was going on. Yeah, Trump released a statement at the time about his invitation cancellation, saying that the 1,000 fans planning to attend the event deserve better. They disagree with their president because he insists that they proudly stand for the national anthem, hand on heart, in honor of the great men and women of the military and the people of our country. Now, this is 7 years ago. The Florida Panthers recently visited the president to celebrate their Stanley Cup victory last summer. Neither the Toronto Raptors nor the Los Angeles Lakers, winner of the 2019 and 2020 NBA Finals, respectively, actually visited the White House during Trump's first presidency to commemorate their titles. The Milwaukee Bucks made the trip to visit now former President Joe Biden in November of 21. The last championship team from the pros to visit Trump in office during his first presidency was the 2019 Washington Nationals, 5 days after their World Series victory over the Astros. Of course, the pandemic made visits tougher in 2020, and by the time the restrictions started to be lifted, Biden had taken office. The UConn men's and LSU women's teams visited Biden last year. Biden, of course, was criticized for originally not inviting the University of Georgia football team last year. After they received an invitation, the Bulldogs did not go. And they also did not make the trip the prior year because that was COVID precautions at the time. Yeah, you had... recollection, 2020, 2021, all the lockdowns, the restrictions. I mean, nobody was supposed to be gathering in groups anywhere. But I'd kind of forgotten about it. It was the whole Colin Kaepernick kneeling for the anthem thing that was becoming so widespread through various teams throughout the league. And much like team members, which very well may be the case here. There may be some Eagles that don't want to see Trump in the White House. Others that would love to be there. It was the same with the kneeling. Many team members were respectfully standing, hand on their heart when the national anthem played, while others up and down the line may be taking a knee. All right, got a news break coming up here. 844-844-3388. is the number to dial us up here this Wednesday morning, hump day as we like to refer to it. Get to some of the other industry headlines as well coming up. Like I said, lots to cover on a brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A handful of congressional Republicans want to get the U.S. out of the United Nations. Chip Roy of Texas says this is keeping in line with President Trump's America First agenda.
We're not getting our money's worth, and in fact, it's the opposite. We're funding hostility to our existence.
Roy says the UN has enjoyed American tax money while undermining our interests, attacking our allies, and bolstering our adversaries. Ukrainian President Zelensky is reportedly coming to the U.S. after the two countries signed off on the framework for a minerals deal. President Trump was asked about it today in the Oval Office.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
Trump has been pushing for a rare earth minerals deal as a way for Ukraine to pay back the U.S. for aid provided during the war with Russia. Zelensky will reportedly come to Washington on Friday to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we hit the halfway point. Smack dab in the middle of our Wednesday edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. What's Knucklebuster happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I may not be a smart man, but I do know when someone has messed up, even when I do it there. You talked about that Southwest Airlines FlexJet almost mishap. Well, a spokesperson said that any action to rectify and ensure the highest safety standard will be taken. Steve, you and I both know that whole crew is going to be fired for pulling that business jet into the runway there. They're going to be singing that Ray Charles 1960 hit song, "Hit the door, Jack, and don't come back no more, no more, no more." Well, there was another one, too, today, Steve. Damn, this is going to hurt. 2 people are dead in a small plane collision at a Southern Arizona airport. It was a mid-air collision. There was 2 people on each plane. One plane landed and the other one done a nosedive. So condolences to their families. Yesterday they had a big meeting down there in Dallas about the SEC, Big Ten, college football playoff seeding debate there. I haven't read anything what all come out of it there, but it'll be out in the news tomorrow anyway. We missed this on the 23rd there back in 1985. Do you remember Bob Knight throwing that red chair?
Yes, on the basketball court, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, Indiana coach Mike Woodson pulled that chair out, and he said he was proud to sit in the Bob Knight chair there 40 years ago, that he threw that chair there. Here's a Bob Knight quote that I liked. I want them to bury me upside down, and my critics can kiss my ass.
All right.
Let's hit the government up real quick. I want to talk about VA Secretary Doug Collins. He's 8 years old. He's out of Gainesville, Georgia. He has 3 children, unlike Chris and Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, who thought it was a one-man job to be fruitful and multiply there. He's got one wife, been married since 1989. He was a lawyer, politician, business person, Air Force military officer. He might be one of Brother Rambler's schoolmates there. He was educated down there at the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary in 1996 there. Well, here's some of the things he's done. He welcomed back to in-person work. No more working at the house. And he dismissed more than 1,400 probationary employees there. Mm-hmm. And guess what, Steve? The VA has processed 1 million disability claims faster than ever before. They announced today that it was more than 1 million disability claims in fiscal year 2025, reaching the milestone 2 weeks faster than it did in fiscal year 24. They even had 15.6% more claims than last year. So I guess he put the fear of God in their asses about losing that good paying job with great benefits, right?
Right. That'll work.
Yep. Yeah, well, my VA doctors say that they like the changes being made. I'm sorry about that. Not 100%, but about 80 to 90% of them are. So, and then I read where 21 federal technology staffers resigned rather than help Musk. I guess they won't be part of the problem instead of part of the solution there, right?
Yes, sir. 100%.
Yep. Well, Zelensky there, I don't know what all he's expecting there, but anyway, I've read that from Benjamin Franklin and J.P. Morgan to contemporary business magnates like Warren Buffett and Jack Ma, they will hold unique traits that distinguish them as the greatest deal makers of all time. I tell you, President Donald J. Trump will go down in history as a great deal maker for the USA. By half the people anyway. There's no cure for the ignorance of the other half there. Do you know where Calhoun and Dalton, Georgia are?
Absolutely.
Well, that's where I'm at over here tonight. I'm going to deliver at one and pick up in the other one. How many sisters or sister-in-laws do you have, Steve?
Let's see. Yeah, we got Tina, Gail, Myra. They're all down there. And, of course, the Wanda, the Georgia Peach.
Oh, you reckon we got one of them into coming over here and giving me a back rub tonight? My back's hurting after pounding this 80,000 pounds down the highway. I better not. Tennessee will be whooping my ass, and then I really have back problems, wouldn't I?
Yes, sir.
That's all of my bull on him for right now. Got a great show. What did Pappy say about me? What was he mumbling? I didn't hear all of what he said.
I don't know. Well, what did he say?
I don't know. Maybe it was good. I won't hold it against him anyway, even if it was bad.
He didn't say anything bad.
That's fine.
I don't remember what he said. Sometimes things go in one and out the other. I found this interesting. Just how much is Dan Bongino going to be given up to take this job as Deputy Secretary of the FBI, because he loves the country and he wants to do what he can to help clean up the corruption and the weaponization at the FBI. Bongino's salary was an estimated $4.9 million last year. New salary will be $221,000. Meanwhile, Pete Hegseth's salary was estimated at $2.3 million last year. His new salary will be $256,000. In other words, they're not in it for the money. I mean, that's a lot of money to give up. Yeah, for the love of country. All right, Eagle is going to join us again here. Hang in there, Eagle. Let me get to Daryl real quick. Morning, Daryl. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing well. Thank you very much.
Well, how did you enjoy the sunshine yesterday?
I enjoyed the sunshine, the warmer temperatures. You know what my job was now that all the snow has melted. It's all gone, and I hadn't been cleaning up dog poop probably in 2 or 3 weeks. Now that all the snow's gone, I had to go out and pick up all the poop.
I had a knock on the door one day, and a game warden or a dog warden was at my door, and I said, "Could I help you?" He said, "Yes." The neighbor called and said, "Your dog was pooping in their yard." I thought, my goodness. Anyway, I thought I woke up yesterday in El Salvador, and took me about a half a mile hike. First one I'd taken in several weeks. I just can't hike in that below zero weather.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's been talking about these probationary employees. When I got a job with Ryder Truck Lines, they put us on 90-day probation. And if you screwed up during that 90 days, you didn't have a job. And then after that, the Teamsters Union come to visit you, gave you a card, and you were in the union. And as I heard Pappy talking, they said that was a year for the deputy sheriffs. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. A year of probation. Yep.
I would have hated to drive a truck for a year, because it's hard to drive a truck for a year without at least getting pulled over one time for some kind of infraction of the law. You were talking about the man being released that ate somebody. I was out at a house one day collecting rent and noticed the doors were missing off my cabinet doors and my closet doors. And I finally said, "Where's my doors in this house?" He said, I took them down. I heard voices. I don't think he ate anybody, but they called me one morning about 2 o'clock in the morning and said he was doing close order drills in the middle of the street, naked as a jaybird.
Wow.
So I gave him a notice to move on down the road.
Yeah, something was a little off with that guy.
How is the puppy training coming along?
Doing well. Everybody doing good. Actually got to take our puppy over to see Steven's puppy. They're about the same size, but puppies, you know how they'll play. They had a good time together.
I bet you that. Did you take a movie of any of that? I bet you that was something to keep.
Yeah, I think Lisa got some video of them.
Knucklebuster was asking you if you knew where Calhoun and Dalton, Georgia was. Doesn't he know he's in the carpet capital of the world?
Dalton, Georgia. That is correct.
I mean, every little garage, every little shop, every little everywhere somebody is making carpet. They took me on tour of one of those plants or one of those places one day, and there must have been maybe a dozen people working, and they were making the most beautiful carpet I ever saw with colors and designs. And I asked them where that carpet was going. They said New York City. So it must have been going in some billionaire's home. I never seen such intricate work on a carpet.
Yeah.
There's carpets made down there by people that are craftsmen, not just the kind you would throw on your floor in your bedroom. And I take my hat off to those craftsmen all over the world that make watches and carpets and other things that we have and to enjoy. I'll let you go, and I want you to know that I enjoy Sta-Bil and that gas extreme that keeps my F-150 purring down the road in this cold weather.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Appreciate the update there. I've had my fair share of visits to various carpet mills, Shaw, Mohawk, a bunch of them there. For that 1 year where I was delivering HVAC parts, they would be working on these big cooling systems there in some of the carpet mills. But everything in and around that region. If it's not an actual carpet factory, they're manufacturing the glues. They're manufacturing the carpet backing. They're dyeing the yarn. You got the bleachery there in Flintstone. They're dyeing the various colors for the yarn. It is a major bit. And at some point, I thought Dalton may have lost that official designation as the carpet capital of the world. Because so much of that carpet manufacturing had moved to, I can't remember if it was India, China, somewhere else, but not as much business as they used to have there in the carpet capital. All right, Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about the FBI situation. You had gave an update after I talked to you about they had found out, they thought might have found some of these people that was notifying the bad guys that ICE units was on the way.
The leakers, yes.
Well, yeah, those people need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. What I heard, Steve, is that I really believe that Kash Patel, he needs, if it's possible, I don't know if some of these people have to stay, but he needs to clean the whole house FBI. See, Donald Trump, he made that mistake in 2000, the first time he was in the White House in 2016. He didn't clean house. He left some leftovers for Barack Obama, and these were some of the backstabbers that was in the White House when he was there. This time, Kash Patel, he needs to wipe the whole FBI clean. Him and Bongino. Nobody stays. I don't trust nobody. I told you this months ago. I don't trust nobody that was affiliated with the Biden administration. If I was Trump, I'd wipe the whole thing clean, and the Secret Service. Everybody got to go because we don't trust you. I don't trust you. We got you out. You got to go find something else to do. Work for the next Democrat to get in the White House if that happens. But Trump should wipe the whole thing clean, Steve, because you see what happens is we got some. If he would have done that when the first thing he got in the White House, we wouldn't be talking about this right now about somebody giving up these ICE units. Those people that have been doing that. I think you said that those people, I forgot what names you called them when you said before, but those people should have been gone. There's no reason for these people to still be on the job. When you bring it in your own, that's the way it's done in a lot of workplaces, Steve, and businesses. A lot of people don't like it. I worked a job a long time ago, Steve, before I started driving trucks, and there was a guy, they brought in a new manager, and he kept some of the holdovers around from the old guy that he replaced. And all they did was backstab the guy, talk bad about the guy, and call him every name in the book. He smiled in his face, and then as soon as he turned around and go the other way, they was calling him every name they could call him, because he wasn't the guy who hired those people. Only got hired by the previous guy, and they were loyal to him, and they was doing everything they could to get this guy fired so they could bring back the guy that they had let go. So that's what goes on when you keep holdovers around. I don't care how good of a worker he was or what he did. You got to go, because this is a matter of national security. We can't trust you. There's no excuse. You got several police that call your show. They've already commented about this. There is no excuse for somebody to notify ICE. Notify the bad guys that ICE is going in, making a raid, and putting these. I think they already don't have an incident with some guys over the last week. It didn't what dealing with ICE, but police officers around America got shot in these apparent deals where the cops were raided, and they knew that they was coming, got standing behind the door with a gun and shot 2 or 3 cops for no reason. So all that could be avoided, Steve. Sometimes, it's not, sometimes you have to be the bad guy in the situation when you come into a new position. You don't make a lot of people happy. All these people that's losing their job in the government and the federal employees. Yeah, it's a bad thing to lose your job, but sometimes you have to clean house to get the best people and your people. You can clearly see what's going on with the airports right now, Steve. They almost, as a matter of fact, maybe you can comment on that. In Chicago, they talking about that on one of your news briefs. They almost had another near collision today. They got it on video. A plane was coming in Chicago, and there just happened to be, it looked like a small private plane on the damn runway, and luckily the pilot seen him and got the plane back up in the sky. If you would have put that plane on the ground, we'd be talking tonight about another tragedy. So they got to get the best people in on the job. We talked about this before. See, this diversity hires, somebody being hired on race, somebody being hired during a sexual, whether it be a man or a woman or gay or whatever, that's got to come to a stop. You hire the best qualified people for the job. Simple as that. You can't go on this diversity. That's the reason why Trump has wiped the military clean. That black guy that got released earlier this week or late last week, the Joint Chiefs guy, that guy, he was talking about only he had a problem with white. He said he wanted only mainly blacks and Hispanics to be in the military. You can't run a damn military like that. You get the best people in there. You can't bring people in based on their skin color. So all that's coming to a stop, Steve, and the perfect example of all that is what happened at MSNBC with Joy Reid. Was one of the best days I've seen besides what happened to Don Lemon. Those people are two of the biggest races. When you run your show or when you run your program based on race, Steve, eventually it's going to come around and bite you, because nobody wants to be around a racist, no matter if you're black or white. At least I don't. So if you running your business like that, if you want to be a racist and you want to hate other people, well, you need other people don't like that type of behavior, and you're going to find yourself on the outside looking in, just like Don Lemon and Joy Reid, both of them on the outside looking in. And that's the way it should be. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a great morning. I guess one question we might have to ask, the update on the Pope. I guess for the most part, no change, still critical. In the ICU, in guarded condition, I guess they call it. Vice President J.D. Vance scheduled to speak at the 20th National Catholic Prayer Breakfast coming up this Friday at the D.C. Convention Center there in Washington. I just can't help but wonder, will the Pope still be alive come Friday? I'm honored to be able to address the 20th Annual National Catholic Prayer Breakfast and represent the new administration and our support for people of faith across the United States, says Vance. Now, he also attended the breakfast last year as a senator from Ohio. Last year, he said, I was moved to witness the joyful devotion of over 1,000 Catholics praying for the future and success of our country. Thanks to their faithful prayers, hope has returned to America again. This year's keynote speaker, Monsignor James Shea, president of the University of Mary in Bismarck, North Dakota. Let's see. Among the other political features to attend, Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, who will be presented with the NCPB's Christfidel's Lacey Award. That is given to a layperson who demonstrates service and good works to the Catholic Church. Vance will join Mike Pence as the only vice presidents to address the breakfast. Pence spoke in 2017, shortly after Trump began his first term. George W. was the only president to speak at the breakfast, doing so each year from 2005 to 2008. So there you go, several years in a row. Statement says, we are thrilled to welcome J.D. Vance back now as vice president for our 20th annual gathering of fellowship and prayer. According to the National Catholic Prayer Breakfast Chair, his presence is a sign of hope and openness to Catholic values and all the good they bring to the entire nation. All right, Uber Ed will be joining us coming up here. Looks like the anonymous hippopotamus back on. Philip was on board earlier. I guess he may have had to probably reached his destination. Yeah, had to move on. Wife was asking me if I know anything about this what was this Vivek guy? This Vivek. I said Ramaswamy. Yeah. She doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to the political world like many of us do. But she caught his announcement, being an Ohio resident, where he tossed his hat in the ring early this week to be running for the governor here in the state of Ohio. She said, well, I don't know what you think about him, but I'll be voting for him. I don't care who you vote for, but I'm voting for him. I said, honey, trust me, I will be voting for Vivek Ramaswamy. I think he will be great for the state of Ohio. So his hat officially in the ring now. I thought that was rather comical, asking if I know anything about him. Okay, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk will have a seat at the Trump administration table. The White House confirmed Musk will take part in President Trump's first cabinet meeting on Wednesday.
And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOJ's efforts.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Musk will provide an update on how all the government secretaries are identifying waste and government fraud. When asked what's going to happen when Musk reaches the limit for days worked as a special government employee.
So today is February 25th. So I think we've been here about 35 days, roughly. So ask me in another 100 days.
The tech billionaire is serving as a special government employee while running the Department of Government Efficiency. Charges are upgraded against a man who allegedly confessed to police he was trying to kill Palestinians on Miami Beach. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they believe Mordecai Brofman was motivated by hate.
The state filed an information, in this case charging the defendant with 2 counts of attempted murder, first degree with a firearm, with prejudice, life felonies.
Brofman's defense attorney says the 27-year-old is mentally ill and felt he was defending himself. One doctor has already declared him incompetent. Everyone is expected back in court on March 10th for arraignment. At least one person in Washington state has contracted listeria from contaminated frozen supplement shakes.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the shakes were distributed to food service operators and long-term care facilities. Cases have been reported in 21 states, 37 people have been hospitalized, and 12 people have died. The cases date back to 2018, with most cases in 2024, and this year, the CDC just identified the product. Lions Ready Care and Cisco have recalled the shakes. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.14. The highest prices can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.19, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.51. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
New details are being revealed regarding how police handled the neo-Nazi demonstration in Lincoln Heights near Cincinnati earlier this month.
Police on the scene of the neo-Nazi protest say their only goal that day was to try and get the demonstrators out of there as quickly as possible. They were worried about what would happen as people from Lincoln Heights arrived on the scene to confront those displaying the swastikas. Hamilton County Commissioners asked the administrator to find out answers to several questions, including why police helped the demonstrators leave the scene.
The response that I had received on those specific questions was that the agencies indicated that they were focused heavily on de-escalating the situation and on ensuring that the incident ended without injury or loss of life.
Jeff Aludo says while no arrests or citations were issued at the scene, the prosecutor is now reviewing video of what happened. I'm Brian Combs.
Some lab mice seem to render aid to unconscious cage mates. That's according to a new study.
Scientists at USC tested them by putting unconscious mice in their cages. The mice that were awake spent most of their time with the unconscious mouse, sniffing, grooming, and then in many cases pulling on its tongue. Researchers think this behavior might be an effort to open airways or dislodge an object in the throat. When an object was placed in the mouse's mouth, the pulling dislodged it 80% of the time. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 159 points. The S&P 500 lost 28 points. The Nasdaq fell 260 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And truck parking. Parking continues to be a top concern for drivers. According to industry surveys, highlighting how lack of parking affects drivers' safety, efficiency, and compliance when it comes to the hours of service rules. The widespread issue has caught the attention of innovative founders, including Truck Parking Club's CEO Evan Shelley, a real estate professional turned truck parking advocate. Shelley has developed a website and mobile apps that simplifies parking access for truck drivers at over 1,400 locations across the country, by connecting them with property owners with space suitable for truck parking, like trucking companies, repair shops, towing companies, warehouses, and truck stops. This past day, Truck Parking Club announced the addition of industry veteran Brett Hudo as Chief Relationship Officer, the position he formerly held at Truck Stop. With decades of experience, including time at Randall Riley, the parent company of Overdrive, widely recognized for his work in developing solutions to critical industry challenges, including the truck parking crisis. All right. Several days ago, I'm pretty sure I still have it over here, the truck parking issue. You've got all these various websites. Yeah, here it is. It was from Landline last week. And when I came across that story this past day, saying you've got all these websites available out there, but nobody apparently uses the darn things. The trucking industry has a parking paradox. Despite a critical shortage of parking spaces and the availability of technology-driven solutions, many drivers are hesitant to embrace the mobile apps that are designed to help. According to a recent study from Texas A&M Transportation Institute on behalf of the FMCSA, they examined truck parking usage along the Interstate 80 and I-94 corridors in Iowa and Wisconsin. They wanted to identify when, where, and for how long trucks stop in unauthorized locations to determine the feasibility and benefits of deploying truck parking capacity management platforms. Despite the availability of numerous app-based solutions, drivers are largely not utilizing these tools to locate available parking. The study notes this behavior has led to a persistent problem of trucks parking in unauthorized locations, entrances, exits, rest areas along those corridors. Safe parking is a top concern for the industry and drivers, but providing sufficient and free parking in a timely manner is becoming increasingly challenging for both the public and private sector. They utilize the Truck Parking Information Management System, data collected by the Mid-America Freight Coalition to gauge parking capacity usage. They looked at a sample of telematics data from E-Road to track trucks that were stopped in unauthorized locations. They also included a pilot program implementing a truck parking technology app with Bluetooth capabilities at 9 rest areas along the I-80, the I-39, 90, and 94 corridors. The key findings show a significant mismatch when it comes to supply and demand, particularly for overnight parking. The unmet demand resulted in truck drivers resorting to parking on the entrances and exits of rest areas along all the corridors. Study also showed the need for short-duration parking exists during both the day and the night. Constant pressure on the available parking facilities. And I think many of these apps that they've come up with are kind of user-based. They're designed to have you're at the, we'll just say the Walcott, the world's largest truck stop. There's probably parking there, all the time. But if drivers don't kind of participate with the app, saying, hey, I see 10 parking spaces here. I'm at the Welcome Center at the Kentucky-Tennessee line, I-75. There's 4 truck parking. If they don't interact, and a lot of times they're outdated, I think many drivers just feel like, I can't rely on this app or that app. Regardless of what input they might have, I guess the more reliable would be some of the technology that they're putting in to various rest areas where there's, GPS sensors kind of embedded in the parking lot, where the overhead sign several miles before the exit can show, hey, there are 5 available spaces here. So those are correct. And they're updated in real time constantly, 24 hours a day. All right. Uber Ed, what's going on this hump day? Morning, Ed.
Morning, Steve. Hey, I found out something this weekend about Minister that's kind of odd. I think he was placed on dialysis before he died, and he was out trying to get a medical card, and he liked to joke around, and I was joking around with him. And I told him, well, I knew someplace that would give you a medical card that wouldn't check anything. And he kept insisting that I tell him where it was, and I was just joking with him, and I was leading him on. Well, just so happened, I guess he couldn't get a medical card because he was going put on dialysis. And just so happened that weekend he left and he died.
Wow.
So I don't know if he couldn't take it or what. You know how he was. He was real quiet. He kept everything real quiet. Because if I had known that, I'd never been joking with him, but he kept everything real quiet.
So he was, in other words, he was going through kidney failure, and he didn't want to quit driving the truck, right? He wanted to keep driving.
Yeah, he was looking for. I knew he was looking for a medical card because I guess his medical card was fixing to run out.
Yeah,
and I guess he was going through kidney failure.
Wow.
Which I didn't even know that because I talked to some guys that knew him real well this weekend that was telling me all this. And it was just kind of strange,
Right.
That just so happened he come up dead after he was looking for that medical card. He couldn't find one.
Wow.
But I would never been joking with the man if I'd known he was on had kidney failure. There ain't nothing to be funny about. And that kind of upsets me because I let him on, not knowing that he had that problem.
Well, I mean, I guess it's probably a good thing that he, for whatever was going on, he had pulled over, right? Because he was in the truck when it all came down, and at least he wasn't doing 75 miles an hour out there on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, I guess he was at a truck stop. I don't know. All I know is they found him slumped over the wheel.
Yeah.
And that, which I I don't know if he might have took something to kill himself or what, because he couldn't take the fact that he couldn't get a medical card. Because I know he really liked driving.
Sure.
I just thought I might put that out there. It's kind of strange that I found out about that. And he was looking for that medical card, and I thought he got one, but he didn't get one.
So in other words, he had more health issues than he had probably let you know. I mean, because kidney failure, I guess that associated with diabetes and. All right, the anonymous hippopotamus, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, did I hear your newscast right? Was there somebody out there that was testing mice to see if they do the Heimlich maneuver and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Did I hear that correctly?
That must have been a segment where I was on a smoke break, because I didn't catch that. No, it's for real, huh?
They were. I think they. If I heard this right, they were putting an unconscious mouse in a cage with another one to see if the conscious one would go over and check to see if the other one was breathing and would clear its airway. And I'm like, did I really just hear all this? And if I did hear that, I don't know. Maybe the other channel there bled in there. That old Art Bell channel or something bled in or something. I hope. But if that was the case, who is paying for this? I mean, hopefully if this is the case, and it's federal money, that Elon is on top of this one, because I'm not sure that knowing if mice know how to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation really needs to be on the top of our list.
Wow! So I did a quick search here, and of course, the first thing that pops up from yesterday, it says in a journal published last week. The neuroscientists detail how the conscious mouse spent most of his time with its unconscious cage mate. To their surprise, the conscious mouse tried to revive the other. To the ordinary eye, it looks like mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but it's the mice often they pull the tongues of the unconscious to clear the airwaves, which could be considered a form of resuscitation. Okay.
How do they know that? Did they ask the mouse? Did they just ask the mouse? My God. Who's paying for this, Your Honor? Is this a United States?
I can't.
I'm just saying.
Gotta wonder if somebody's got a multi-million-dollar grant to be studying this, right? Do we need things we need to know?
Yeah, I'm just. Elon's. This has to go to Elon somehow and find out about this. We need more investigation into this, and if this is the case, people need to not only be fired, they need to reimburse. I mean, that's beyond ridiculous. But anyways, so there you go. That apparently was on the news. I thought I was dreaming it. I thought maybe I dozed off there and was dreaming that. But anyways, so. As far as Sundance goes there, so, we've talked about the moon and the stuff, and, you got the light side of the moon and the dark side of the moon. Now, even though you say the dark side of the moon is the side of the moon that we never see because it turns when we turn, so we don't see it, But the dark side of the moon really isn't dark, right? Because it goes around and it gets light because the sun shines on it there, correct? We don't see this. We don't see the sun shining on it.
As far as our perspective,
it's rotating.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you were on the moon, you would have night and day on both sides of the moon, no matter what side you were on, if I understand it correctly. It's just standing on Earth, you can't look at the moon and see the other side getting light because we only see one side of the moon from what you say. And anyways, but at some point it's probably going to fall into the end of the ocean there because the world's flat and it's just above, and at some point it'll just fall in. But anyways, So the other thing is I don't know. I guess I can't. I was going to try to make a funny comment about the other thing there about the guy that's being released there for eating the people and that. But
the cannibal killer.
The cannibal killer. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't go on with this one. I'll let that.
There you go.
I'll give that one up. So we'll just end on trying to figure out if the moon actually gets light on both sides. Maybe Pappy has more to know about that. He's pretty smart about those moon things, and I can't believe that the princess didn't know about Ramaswamy. I mean, after all that with the debates and all that.
Yeah, right. I guess she wasn't paying attention.
I tell you what, I think she has a homework assignment to do. I think she needs to listen to the show a little more.
I was just going to say, this is a prime example of how much my better half listens to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, huh?
I'm just saying, you got the podcast and the replays, and I mean the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show could, with the Steve Summers residence, probably could find a radio that it could be playing on like 24 hours a day nonstop. I don't know. Do you think the princess would get tired of hearing Steve Summers 24 hours a day? I don't know.
Yes,
we'll have
sir.
to see where that goes there.
We know historically
anyways.
She's never been a big listener to the program. And I don't know, has anyone ever heard her voice on the program? She will not speak into the microphone. I just want to... But yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy launched his governorship run earlier this week in next year's election cycle. He spoke with Breitbart News after his campaign launch, arguing that Ohio could lead the nation in an economic and education revival with the right leadership. The core message is that Ohio's going to be the state of excellence in America, and Donald Trump's going to make America great again, revive our conviction in Ohio and America. He said, we need a leader at home who's going to revive our conviction in Ohio, especially in the next couple of years, as a lot of federal programs are jettisoned, as they should be, and returned back to the states and the people. We need a governor here at home, and frankly, strong governors across the states that stand for strong conservative values and actually do what's right with education and health care. Shutting down the Department of Education is a great first step, and it's the right one to pursue. We still have to separate educational crisis of achievement in this country that has to be addressed at the state level. So my view is Ohio can actually be the leading state in the country to not only create new business formation, but create family formation. We are a conservative state like Texas and Florida and others. But if we're governed like one that will actually allow this to be a state where more people move in and not out, where they have more kids and families, and those kids actually go on to stay in this state, I believe Ohio, because it led the way in the first industrial revolution, has a tradition of greatness, has a tradition of leading the country. I see no reason why Ohio cannot, these next few years, be the state that leads the country when it comes to economic growth, and when it comes to especially giving a world-class education to kids starting at a young age. So Vivek's a very smart guy, a Cincinnati native, no less. It's 844-844-3388. We're getting close to news break here, but we'll jump on board with Always Moving. It's been a while. How you been?
I've been sick.
Oh, no.
And a couple weeks ago, I woke up on a Monday morning and didn't feel good. long story short, United was so bad, I drove myself to the hospital, and I wound up 5 days in there, positive with flu A and an impressive batch of pneumonia in both lungs.
Oh, boy.
And, yeah. So anyway, week off. I went back to the one job Sunday and Monday, and I woke up Sunday morning with my voice gone, just adding another layer to the illness. And anyway, the joke to me was, at the hospital and everything, they kept saying, well, did you get a flu shot? Flu vaccine? Yes. So you're positive for flu A.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a COVID vaccine? No. Well, you don't have COVID. So I thought that was pretty funny. You take what they tell you have to take. And I had an option on the second one. Didn't get the second one, but I got the first one really good. So, oh well. But anyway, I had great care. Really appreciate all the help that they gave me to put me back on the right track. And I feel good overall. I'm just still winded, moving around. Takes me a while out of the bar and stuff. But other than that, it's all good. But last night, I was coming home from work, and I'll be daggone if I didn't get caught in that mess on 71 right after the first wreck. 5 hours and 45 minutes sitting there on 71 South.
Wow.
And I was so close to my exit. Yeah, I was so close to my exit ramp, and there I was stuck. And what happened was I turned the car off, and apparently I fell asleep, woke up to a policeman of some kind knocking on my window with a flashlight because traffic was fine. To sleep in my car. Excuse me. And I thought, okay, they thought I might have died. I don't know. But, excuse me. Anyway, I woke up, so I sat through that mess last night, and boy, that was 5 hours of my life I won't get back again. Almost 6 hours I won't get back again. But
wow.
Oh well. So anyway, so I've been up. But who was it that passed away from the kidney failure?
Well, that was Minister, who he passed away several months ago. And I mean, he was found, I think, Little Rock, Arkansas. He was kind of slumped over the steering wheel, and we just assumed he had a heart attack there. But that's what Uber Ebb was saying, that he found out he was going through dialysis. I guess his kidneys were failing.
I'm sorry to hear that. He was a very unique individual with a very unique perspective on things,
to say the
least. And I'm sorry. Yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that. I don't get to hear many people, but I always hate to hear anybody not making it. So,
yeah.
And that was, when I got to the hospital and they said, well, we have to admit you, and I said, thinking, okay, I'm 66. I'm here with a bad respiratory. This isn't good. And I said, regular unit or ICU? And he said, regular unit. I'm like, okay, I can take that. So, yeah. Then I called some people the next day and let them know where I was and what was going on. But, at 1 a.m, you just don't call people and say, hey, guess where I am? It was just something that had to be. And the doctor did say, he said, it's a good thing you came in, blah, blah, blah. I was in pretty bad shape. But anyway, okay. I'm all better now, and voice will return.
Yeah. You don't sound all better quite yet, but I guess, okay. So you're definitely feeling better. That's good. All right. Good to hear from you. Always moving, continued healing. And we got to get our news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is reportedly coming to the U.S. after the two nations signed off on the framework for a minerals deal. President Trump was asked about it in the Oval Office today.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
Trump has been pushing for a rare earth minerals deal as a way for Ukraine to pay back the U.S. for aid provided during the war with Russia. Zelensky will reportedly come to Washington on Friday to sign off on that deal. A Missouri woman is pleading guilty in the scam to sell Elvis Presley's Graceland estate.
Prosecutors say Lisa Findley forged the signatures of Presley's late daughter Lisa Marie on a note that claims she did not pay back a nearly $4 million loan connected to Findley. Graceland was fraudulently listed as collateral, and Findley illegally put the Tennessee estate up for auction. She could get 57 months in federal prison when she's sentenced in June. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off there. Oh, yeah, see, Pappy reminded me what he... Hey, Knucklebuster. What he was saying was he had a couple of topics he had on his mind, and he forgot one of those topics. He said, I should be like Knucklebuster and take notes. Need to write these things down before I call. So there you go. He didn't say anything bad about you. That's right. Yeah, because Knucklebuster does take some notes from time to time. Down the line here, Ilhan Omar. Some say we should ship her ass back to Somalia. One representative, Brandon Gill of Texas, is actually circulating a petition for his supporters to sign to deport a fellow member of Congress, none other than Ilhan Omar. Now, Gill had previously called on her to be deported, arguing she's more loyal to undocumented immigrants in the U.S. from her native Somalia than she is to the U.S. Now, the petition and an email circulated by Gill, first reported by Axios. Omar became a U.S. citizen in 2000 after fleeing her native country due to civil war. She has been the target of many Republican insults following her staunch criticism of Trump during his first administration. Friend, we should never have let Ilhan Omar come into our country, and frankly, America would be a much better place if she were sent back to Somalia, says Gill. The email, which includes a photo of him standing next to President Trump, as in the past, he criticized Omar for discussing how to evade immigration and customs enforcement officers. We have found out recently it's Ilhan Omar is actually hosting free workshops for Somalians who are here illegally on how to evade ICE and evade deportation. This could not be more blatant. Ilhan Omar is more loyal to illegal Somalians than she is the United States or the office she was elected to. Now, several Democrats criticizing the most recent remarks by Gill, who is actually a freshman member of this new Congress. Let's see, who said, Representative Mark Pocan of Wisconsin, there you go, said, get control of your caucus. Speaking about Speaker Johnson. Get control of your caucus before we have to take other actions. This is demeaning and embarrassing. We all need to be better than this shish kebab. I expect an answer today. Well, quite honestly, I never did hear an answer from one of Ilhan Omar's cohorts in crime, a.k.a. AOC. Where the borders are. Tom Homan a couple weeks ago, remember, he said he was forwarding, because she was doing the same thing, doing workshops on how to evade ICE. He said at the time that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a prosecutor, but he forwarded that, I believe, on up toward the Attorney General's office, asking for answers. Is what she's doing considered to be a crime? And if Ilhan Omar is doing the same thing, I guess maybe Tom Homan needs to forward that. If she's still holding workshops, trying to aid and abet illegals in this country, that seems to me like that's a crime. All right, there you go. Ilhan Omar. All right, the big word, SpaceX, the mega rocket Starship, apparently is slated to maybe fly again this week, if all goes according to plan. Planning to launch Starship, the biggest, most powerful rocket ever built, for the 8th time. This will be the 8th test flight, according to the post this past day from Elon Musk, saying that Friday the 28th is the target date. All right, the most recent flight was last month, January 16. A partial success. SpaceX successfully caught the giant first stage booster with the chopstick arms at the starbase there as planned. The rocket's 171-foot tall upper stage, though, that was supposed to deploy a payload for the first time on Flight 7. I guess this was 10 mock-ups of SpaceX's Starlink internet satellites. Circle much of the globe. That didn't happen. The upper stage broke apart over the Atlantic, about 8.5 minutes into the flight, apparently due to a propellant leak. Yeah, rapid unexpected disassembly, as they call it, right? Kaboom! Now, they have not yet laid out the goals for Flight 8, but they're probably going to be very similar to those of Flight number 7. All right, 844-844-3388. Carl joins us this Wednesday morning. Carl, what's happening?
Good morning, Carl. Good morning, Steve.
I'm Steve. You're Carl.
Thank you for taking my call. Yep. I was going to get to the Vivek Ramaswamy there. He's going to be a great governor for the state of Ohio if y'all elect him to be the great governor up there.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's just got all kinds of good ideas, and everything is really super for him. And he's actually going to be. It's going to be amazing to see how sought after he could possibly be after he becomes governor of the state of Ohio, which I think he will. But if not, the presidential election with J.D. Vance, and he could pick Vivek to be his vice president, or possibly vice versa, either one. Or some kind of cabinet position or whatever. But he's really a good person to choose. I pretty much have a good idea about that for him. But getting to the Maine governor, the governor of Maine, did you see the video this past weekend where they were at the governor's meeting at the White House, and she was doing a back and forth with Donald Trump about the men being in the women's sports? Did you happen to catch that video?
I did not. No, sir.
Yeah. It's a very, very big video that's going on because actually it was caught on camera and on tape and everything, where Donald Trump particularly asked her in particular, was she going to comply with the executive order that he had signed. He called her out amongst all the other governors that were there in the same room. And she answered him by saying that she was going to follow the law. And he said, well, it's the law. It's the federal law right now because I just signed the executive order. And she just told him, well, we're not going to follow that. We're going to do what we want to do in the state of Maine. And he said, well, you will follow the law. And they got into a back and forth about that right on camera. And if you search that, you'll find it pretty quick.
So the governor of Maine,
they're very much.
So she was trying to defend allowing men, transgenders to play in women's sports. Was that her gripe?
Yes, openly. Yes,
wow.
Openly in front of the governors and in front of, the nation actually, because this was on. It was televised actually on the news, and I just couldn't believe it. I was sitting there watching that, and it was on Saturday, and I thought, wow, man, this governor's got some real big problems, and it's going to be interesting to see where she or some people were saying that she could possibly be a he, and they weren't totally sure if she was a she or a he.
Wow.
Governor. And they're asking questions about whether or not she's going to be around in a couple of months as governor of the state of Maine on account of this in particular. And so it's going to be interesting to see about her, what's going to come out, about this governor of the state of Maine. and it's really a big deal to Donald Trump. He loves sports, and he doesn't want to see sports tainted the way they have been, by this mess. It's a total mess is what the Democrats have allowed to come in to the sports world and to the military world, and everything is just kind of just getting into a mess, and it's hard to clean it up because of the taint and everything that's gone on in this, and there's so many questions about what to do if you allow this to start happening, men in women's locker rooms, and then the women want to become kickers on the football team in high school, and this and that and the other. I mean, it's just amazing what all questions can be brought forward about this issue, and it's terrible. It's just terrible, and I just thought I would bring up that point this morning. If you would search that, you'll find it pretty readily.
Yeah, I pulled that up. No problem. Yeah, I pulled that up. Yep.
Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, I'm looking here. It looks like the latest I could find was actually from the Health and Human Services website, where it says, let me pull it up here, in alignment with President Trump's executive order on keeping men out of women's sports, the Department of Health and Human Services, Office for Civil Rights, OCR, is announcing the initiation of a compliance review of the Maine Department of Education, including the University of Maine system, based on information that Maine intends to defy this executive order. This review in response to reported statements from the primary governing body for high school sports in the state, the Maine Attorney General, and Maine's governor, that the state will continue to allow biological males to compete in women's sports. The investigation will examine whether the state of Maine engaged in discrimination on the basis of sex under Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 as amended, and the Health and Human Services implementing regulation. Okay. So that Trump's executive order articulates under United States policy based on part of Title IX of the Education Amendments 1972, which prohibits sex discrimination in education programs and activities of recipients that receive federal funding. The executive order mandates each federal department will review grants to education programs and, where appropriate, rescind funding to programs that fail to comply with the policy established in this order, which protects women as a matter of safety, fairness, dignity, and truth. The Office for Civil Rights Action, part of the larger initiative to defend women and children and restore biological truth to the federal government. So that was just, day before yesterday. That was, again, from the Health and Human Services website. She may be biting off a bit more than she can chew. And almost undoubtedly, however much funding that state receives in federal funds for the educational system, that'll be first to go. How about the people there in the state of Maine? Are they all on the bandwagon with her about men being in women's sports? Okay, we're going to turn into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, first and foremost, under the industry headlines, we know there is by no means a driver shortage at this point in time. There hasn't been for years. It's been a false narrative all along. Yeah, we've ascertained that through numerous studies. It's all about the churning, as they call it, leaving company A for company B, and it's always, well, most always about the money. Now, we've been in a downturn in the trucking industry 2.5 years now, looking for another upcycle. You know, whereas some new drivers may be hired in the coming year and hopefully years to come. But we've essentially spent the last 2+ years trying to thin out the field. Yeah, the sheer number of truck drivers and small trucking companies that jumped into the industry during the whole pandemic thing. Tens of thousands jumped in. Many of them were not prepared to face lower rates. But interesting, nearly half of all Americans, they say, are open to the idea of becoming a truck driver. But there's one thing getting in their way: money. That was the key takeaway from a survey conducted by truck parts supplier Find It Parts, which asked U.S. adults about being a truck driver. Some answers were surprising, while others were pretty much aligned with issues that have been plaguing the trucking industry. Possibly the most eyebrow-raising results was that half of Americans surveyed would not mind being a truck driver. 45% say they have considered becoming a truck driver, while about the same number indicated they would quit their current job if truckers were paid better. What is the dollar amount that would bring more people into the industry? Nearly a third of those surveyed said an annual income of $100,000 or more would be enough for them to become a truck driver. Now, that's not likely to happen as a company driver, but it is feasible for owner-operators. Pay, not the only thing keeping people from becoming a truck driver. The lifestyle is also preventing them from entering the industry. More than half of respondents said That time away from home is the biggest downside. And about 25% expressed safety and health concerns. But low pay appears to be the controlling factor when determining whether people make the move to be a truck driver. Nearly a third of respondents said the most important factors are pay and earning potential. Fewer than 1 in 5 indicated that schedule flexibility is the biggest hurdle. Now, the idea of being a truck driver appears to be universal across all age groups. Half of Gen Z, Millennial, and Gen X respondents have thought about being a trucker. Only the boomers were less likely to the idea, with only 30% indicating that they have considered a career in trucking. Of course, the boomers are getting older now, right? The younger the person, the less likely they are to see trucking as a viable career choice. 80% of boomers and nearly 90% of Gen X view the job of a truck driver as a viable option. Less than 75% of millennials and only 70% of Gen Z see it that way. Now, a Find It Parts survey highlights some of the biggest issues trucking companies face when trying to recruit or retain truck drivers. Study after study has shown there is no driver shortage. There is, however, a turnover issue many believe could be solved by better pay. How many years have we been saying this, though? An economics professor at Wayne State University has published numerous studies looking into the link between driver pay, safety, and retention. His research has found correlations between higher pay and safer, less overworked drivers. There is no such thing as a driver shortage. There is a recruitment and retention problem. That's because at the margin, people decide, is it worth it to get the CDL to work that hard if I'm not making any money? A very rational decision on the part of the drivers is to quit, do something else. So we lose all those people. This thing has been upside down for decades. It's time to turn this truck right side up with the dirty side down where it belongs. Driver pay, there you go. Pay them and they will come. 844-844-3388. That's our number as we, well, looky there. We'll be rolling into our final hour this Wednesday morning. Hump Day Malpractice will be checking in. Looks like Eagle wanted to get back in, talking about the truck parking thing there. Got you coming up in room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk will have a seat at the Trump administration table. The White House confirmed Musk will take part in President Trump's first cabinet meeting on Wednesday.
And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOJ's effort.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Musk will provide an update on how all the government secretaries are identifying waste and government fraud. When asked what's going to happen when Musk reaches the limit for days worked as a special government employee.
So today is February 25th. So I think we've been here about 35 days, roughly. So ask me in another 100 days.
The tech billionaire is serving as a special government employee while running the Department of Government Efficiency. Charges are upgraded against a man who allegedly confessed to police he was trying to kill Palestinians on Miami Beach. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they believe Mordecai Brofman was motivated by hate.
The state filed an information, in this case charging the defendant with 2 counts of attempted murder, first degree with a firearm, with prejudice, life felonies.
Brofman's defense attorney says the 27-year-old is mentally ill and felt he was defending himself. One doctor has already declared him incompetent. Everyone is expected back in court on March 10th for arraignment. At least one person in Washington state has contracted listeria from contaminated frozen supplement shakes.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the shakes were distributed to food service operators and long-term care facilities. Cases have been reported in 21 states, 37 people have been hospitalized, and 12 people have died. The cases date back to 2018, with most cases in 2024, and this year, the CDC just identified the product. Lions Ready Care and Cisco have recalled the shakes. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.14. The highest prices can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.19, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.51. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
New details are being revealed regarding how police handled the neo-Nazi demonstration in Lincoln Heights near Cincinnati earlier this month.
Police on the scene of the neo-Nazi protest say their only goal that day was to try and get the demonstrators out of there as quickly as possible. They were worried about what would happen as people from Lincoln Heights arrived on the scene to confront those displaying the swastikas. Hamilton County Commissioners asked the administrator to find out answers to several questions, including why police helped the demonstrators leave the scene.
The response that I had received on those specific questions was that the agencies indicated that they were focused heavily on de-escalating the situation and on ensuring that the incident ended without injury or loss of life.
Jeff Aludo says while no arrests or citations were issued at the scene, the prosecutor is now reviewing video of what happened. I'm Brian Combs.
Some lab mice seem to render aid to unconscious cage mates. That's according to a new study.
Scientists at USC tested them by putting unconscious mice in their cages. The mice that were awake spent most of their time with the unconscious mouse, sniffing, grooming, and then in many cases pulling on its tongue. Researchers think this behavior might be an effort to open airways or dislodge an object in the throat. When an object was placed in the mouse's mouth, the pulling dislodged it 80% of the time. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 159 points. The S&P 500 lost 28 points. The Nasdaq fell 260 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get that final hour underway. Rolling into a Wednesday. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, Seth, I got your email there. I think he's taking umbrage with the story I shared just before the top of the hour there about what dollar amount would it take to bring you into the industry. And he said the story's not correct because it said something about you're not going to make $100,000 as a company driver. He says O'Reilly's, you can make $108,000. Old Dominion, AAA Cooper, you can make $115,000 roughly. And don't even ask about UPS. Okay, so that, keeping that in mind, I say, okay, so when someone says, I'm going to get into the industry, nearly a third of people surveyed said an annual income of $100,000 or more would be enough for them to become a truck driver. Maybe help me out there, Seth, for the likes of O'Reilly's or Old Dominion. I know UPS. Unless things have changed, these are all companies where you're going to have, what, several years of experience? You're going to have a safe driving record. I think it kind of self-explains. Many people who get into the industry, they'll get their CDL, being told, with the recruiters dangling the moon before them, but you can make $108,000 a year or $115,000. But they get in and they realize, hell, I'll be lucky to make $40,000 this first year or maybe 2 years. How many years does it take? These are people that, they're saying they want to get their CDL, they want to get into the industry and immediately start making $100,000 or more. So that kind of makes sense. That's why you see the driver retention problem. I don't know, how many years did old brother Rambler drive? He's driving for O'Reilly's. He's delivering those auto parts and obviously making a decent living, right? He didn't make that in his first year or two, I can all but guarantee. But Now, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but ain't nobody getting in the industry going to make $100,000 the first year, is there? I'll wait for you. Malpractice. Good morning.
Hey, my brother from a different mother, but the same father in heaven. What's going on?
How the heck are you? Just checking in, huh?
Yeah. Well, since all this bird flu junk, we've lost 6 million birds, and the farm that I've run out of in southern Indiana, they just now have got all the dead birds pulled. They had to kill 3 million there, and they just got us where we're having to take care of our other farms, and I'm running Arizona a lot, but we're hanging in there. But I wanted to tell you, I'm an egg hauler, and I've been doing this at this company for 20 years just here, and I made $130,000. So
okay.
It can be done, but I can remember in my first years, my wife would go, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know." But you're not going to make now our first guys, I train some of the guys that come in here, and they'll make over 50,000.
Okay.
And that's just it's a good deal. But now a lot of these companies, the guys when they first hire in, and this is what I've heard, they come into the business and they school from these people. So the first few years they got to pay back their deal.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make much money,
Mm-hmm.
but no, you're not going to make that much money when you first start because you don't know. Like me, and you said something about how much would it take to become a truck driver. I've been a steering wheel holder for 42 years. A truck driver, you get me to be a truck driver, it's going to cost you $1 million. Right up front, baby. That's all I got to say. But no, I was going to say something about the parking. So the parking, our company, and I'm blessed, they pay for the paid parking. But these guys will park in the middle of the fuel islands and park and pull their curtains. Those curtains must be made of Kevlar because once they pull them curtains, they don't think nobody else matters. And they'll park, but I would get a paid parking, and they will park right beside me in the middle of the driveway. I mean, I don't think it's that they don't want to. I think it's that they don't want to pay to park. And a lot of these places you was talking about, if I'm not mistaken, on those apps, you have to pay.
Okay.
They won't let you in the gate. They'll give you a code. And we've used some of them, but you got to have a code to get in the gate. And these guys, their company, most of the foreigner guys, they come over here on visas and they pay them as little as possible. I mean, and they don't have the means or the ways of paying to park. And a lot of these companies don't pay their drivers to park, which is totally stupid. I mean, if you want your truck safe, not saying that they won't hit you in a paid parking spot, but you get out in the middle of these parking spots and parking lots and these truck stops, it looks like truck driving school 101 because most of these guys, and God bless their heart, that's what my grandma would always say. If she couldn't say nothing bad about them or good about them, she'd just say, God bless their heart. But they'll get in there, and it'll take them 30 minutes to get in a parking spot, hit trucks. I mean, so, I mean, it is what it is. And I just want to say also that, the mice thing, we can't even get our own people to help us. Much less the mice are at least pulling on their tongues. I mean, just like the people look at us, if you're passed out on the concrete, they're like, screw you. You'll be all right.
I mean, well, maybe if they did a study where they can give the mouse a cell phone and see whether they would actually pull their phone out and start recording, or would they actually go try to help? Because everybody pulls their phone out. I got to get a video of this.
Steve, you're using too much knowledge. You need to back it off just a little bit, okay?
Hey, you mentioned real quick. You mentioned
the bird flu.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to ask you about the bird flu, and I'm seeing some reports saying that it has not been necessary to kill the entire flocks, like these millions of birds. Are you hearing anything along that line that this is an overkill, that they're kind of they're manufacturing this crisis by killing a whole lot more than they really would need to?
Okay, I hope our company's laying in bed because, okay, here's the deal. What it is, it's the government that does it. We had one house. We had 36 houses, 38 houses, surrounded by this one house in the center that got the bird flu. So they had to kill all the birds. It's a government, but if you do that, the government pays for all the cleanup, for all the, so me and you are paying for that. Then we're having to pay for the price of eggs in the store, which we're getting double whammy. But yes, it's a government thing, and it's the truth. They got too many. That's why California right now, a dozen of eggs, if you look it up, it was $19 a dozen out in parts of California.
Wow!
And that's because they've overregulated the bird people, the egg companies, to where they can't do the supply and demand because of all the stupid rules and regulations. The two farms that we've lost 6 million birds. They had one house at each place that got the bird flu, but you have to destroy all the birds. You got at one farm we had to destroy 18 million eggs. 18 million eggs. And the bird flu cannot go from the bird into the egg. But the government stipulations, this is just, I've been here a long time. So, this is what I hear. So, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I'm just saying.
Well, like I said,
it's all due to
government regulation. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm seeing some people saying that this does not need to be happening. All these hundreds of millions of birds they're killing, it's overkill. Yeah. Oh, is that the word, overkill? I had to kind of chuckle because they come out this past day and McDonald's, Mickey D's announcing they're not going to impose any surcharges when serving eggs as part of their meal. And they're even going to launch a $1 McMuffins on their app, trying to attract consumers in the United States. Now, I'll give you the rest of the story. What have we been talking about for the last several years as inflation has gone up? Yeah, look what the price of your value meal. They call it a value meal. Yeah, your morning breakfast. You're paying damn near $10 for a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin, hash browns, and a large coffee. I surely hope you're not going to raise prices. The prices are already overboard to begin with. Now, they said, unlike others making news recently, you definitely will not see McDonald's, McDonald's USA, issuing surcharges on eggs. Our eggs are 100% cage-free and sourced in the USA, according to McDonald's Chief Impact Officer for North America. Yeah, they're aiming to attract lower to middle income customers who are shying away from splurging on dining out with the rising inflationary woes. Obviously, grappling with higher egg prices at the retailers, including Walmart, due to the bird flu, the avian flu, which has hit the egg production. We've talked ad nauseum. Waffle House adding that 50-cent surcharge for every egg served to their customers. Yeah, but here's the kicker. McDonald's posted its biggest decline in U.S. sales during its latest earnings report, even as global sales saw a surprise increase. Well, what maybe would you attribute to that greatest decline in sales to? First thing that comes to my mind is it's too damn expensive. Yeah. Family of four, $40, $50 to eat Mickey D's? 844-844-3388.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, again, it was good to hear from Always Moving earlier, who said she's feeling better, but boy, she sounded like crap, didn't she? The flu. Now, what'd she say? I'm 66. Did you get your flu vaccine? Yes, she did. But still got sicker than a dog, right? Yeah, and it's not something new. It's called the efficacy of the vaccine. During our summer months, like the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, they observe what strain of the flu is circulating in the southern hemisphere. South America, Australia. And based on the strain they see circulating in that part of the world, they begin manufacturing, developing vaccines for our flu season when our winter time rolls around. And some years they miss the mark big time. There are some occasions where you get the vaccine, the efficacy, the effective rate is maybe only 20, 30%. Sometimes it be 50, 60%. This year, 2024, they said the flu vaccine's effectiveness, as I said, varies from year to year. The 2024, the vaccine's effectiveness may have been lower than expected due to differences between the circulating flu strains and the vaccine strains. Now, supposedly, if you get the vaccine, and you do come down with the flu like Always Moving did, you got to kind of question. She got really sick, 5 days in the hospital. If she had not had the vaccine, might it have taken her out? Who knows? All right. Maybe not. But all right. 844-844-3388. Trucking companies, you are the main target in the New York State Thruways campaign, where they're going to collect every single dollar owed for those of you who evade the tolls. The New York State Thruway Authority reportedly lost $70 million to unpaid tolls last year. Now they're looking to collect from debtors who topped the list for the amount of tolls owed. Trucking companies. According to the Democrat and Chronicle, trucking companies who evade tolls do so by allowing their trucks to use the toll roads with E-ZPass tags deactivated after the companies failed to pay on them. The companies then ignore the tolls by mail notices. Now, it says some trucking companies have even reportedly used markers to alter their license plates or utilize ghost plates. There are 3 trucking companies facing lawsuits from the Thruway right now for a combined $1.2 million in tolls they owe. Northside Industrial Corporation of the Bronx owes more than $600,000 in tolls and fines. Chris Riddenauer of Oceaning owes $311,000 and some change. Williamsburg Materials Corporation of Queens owes $316,000 in tolls and fines. When it comes down to it, those who are not paying are thieves, according to the executive director of the Thruway. They are stealing from us. And it's really not that different from going into a store and shoplifting. They're using our system. They're not paying. That 4%, they are persistent and egregious toll evaders. Now, we're not going after someone who misses their monthly payment. We're talking about people who run up big numbers. We want to collect every single dollar, not only because of the need to invest those toll dollars in the system, but also it's just not fair to the vast majority of those who are actually paying their tolls. All right, what do we got here? Eagle's been hanging in there. We got you coming up following the news break. The hippopotamus is on board. Let's take a look back in time. Here it is, 26th day of February. It was on this date, 1863. President Lincoln signs the National Currency Act. As a side note, as Brain Dead more about this. In 1907, Royal Oil and Shell merged to form British Petroleum, otherwise known as BP. In 1914, the HMSS Britannic, which was sister to the Titanic, launched in Belfast. 1919, Congress establishes the Grand Canyon National Park in Arizona on this day. 1929, President Coolidge establishes the Grand Teton National Park. And Brain Dead wanted me to throw this in here about 2017 on this date. Kyle Larson runs out of gas on the last lap, letting Jeffrey Earnhardt win, becoming the first ever fourth-generation driver to win a race. Wow. That's it for today. Safe travels to all. So you go back to, Dale Sr.'s daddy? Dale Jr., and on down to Jeffrey Earnhardt. All right, news break just ahead. Someone earlier brought up the Internal Revenue Service. Coming up, more details. Just this past day, the latest example of corruption in the government. Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee yesterday published a new disclosure that unveiled the true scale of IRS leaks that occurred under President Biden. The numbers are much higher than initially revealed. Details ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is reportedly coming to the U.S. after the two nations signed off on the framework for a minerals deal. President Trump was asked about it in the Oval Office today.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
Trump has been pushing for a rare earth minerals deal as a way for Ukraine to pay back the U.S. for aid provided during the war with Russia. Zelensky will reportedly come to Washington on Friday to sign off on that deal. A Missouri woman is pleading guilty in the scam to sell Elvis Presley's Graceland estate.
Prosecutors say Lisa Findley forged the signatures of Presley's late daughter Lisa Marie on a note that claims she did not pay back a nearly $4 million loan connected to Findley. Graceland was fraudulently listed as collateral, and Findley illegally put the Tennessee estate up for auction. She could get 57 months in federal prison when she's sentenced in June. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as they like to say, rounding third, headed for home, 5-7 on board. Good morning. Up and at 'em, Hump. Copy in the mail. Get a cup of coffee. Yeah, it is mud season. Norman is there in northern Kansas, and he said it is too muddy to load the big tipper. Last week it was below zero, yet now it's like in the 70s. You know, all the snow has melted away except in the ditches. That's about it. Yeah, lots of mud. All right, Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, we got you back.
Hello?
What's going on?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the truck parking deal that you had talked about last hour. Yeah, I got some comments on that. Okay, Steve, yeah, that's one of the worst feelings you can have being a truck driver, and you pull into a truck stop after driving, 11 hours, and you can't find a place to park. You circle the parking lot, I've happened so many times. You circle the lot, driving, trying to find a place to park, and every parking space is taken. Nowhere to park. Okay, but then you see these one guys. I've even talked to the managers of these truck stops about this, but a lot of these managers refuse to do anything, Steve. There's nothing worse than these guys. You got a lot of, we've talked with them, we talked over the years, other people have talked about it. These inconsiderate drivers, the ones that just have a truck, they don't have no trailer, and they'll park their damn truck in a parking space, a big parking space for truck and trailer, and they'll park their truck and take the space away from a man, that's been driving all day long. This guy, usually when you got a bobtail is what they call it, where you just got a truck. Usually you waiting on a load or something, your load is not ready, but you can park in the front of the truck stop. They have parking available for trucks in the front where the cars park at. You can park up front, or they even have some places have truck spaces with it. But you got these guys that want to be smart, Alex, and they want to take a whole space with the truck, and then they got the nerve to get mad if you knock on their door and ask them can he move his truck out of the way so you can park. They won't even do that. That's how much of a jerk a lot of these people are. We got a lot of bad people out here driving trucks now, Steve. And they only care about the person they see in the mirror. It is really a damn shame. But you go inside and you talk to the manager and you say, okay, you got a guy out there in the parking lot taking a space. Manager, most of the time, the manager ain't gonna do nothing about it. They say it's your problem, not mine. They won't even come out to the parking lot until they got to move his truck. So he sits there all night long taking up space. Okay, then you got the guys. Then you got the truck stops now, Steve. I went to a truck stop the other day that's pay to park now. It said half the parking, they had like about 40 or 50 parking spaces, and at least 25 or 30 of them was pay. They only had like 10 or 15 spaces where you could park for free, and guess what? Those were already full. And then they got the nerve to charge you $22 to $30 a night to park your truck in these scumbag truck stops with trash and garbage all over the ground. They act like it's a privilege. They do have a couple of truck stops, like on Interstate 81 up in Virginia. They offer golf cart service. They got like a bus or a van, and they will come to your truck and they'll take you. This is a big truck stop, and they'll take you to the truck stop. inside, and then they'll even take you back to your truck after you finish. They got guys that drive these little vans or something. And, you don't even have to pay to park in that truck, so it's free, and they're doing that. So these guys that want, here's the problem with the pay to park. You were talking about that reserve deal, Steve. Here's the problem with the reserve of these spaces. You like I said, you got these drivers, they don't care. You think a truck driver, you think they care about when they pull into a truck stop and they see it's written on the ground saying reserve parking? You think you say to yourself, well, I guess I can't park here. I'm gonna go somewhere else and park because I don't want to take a reserved spot that I ain't paid for. They'll go ahead and park there, and then you show up later on that night, because I've had it happen to me. You show up later that night, and guess what? Somebody's in your parking space that you have reserved. So now you got to go inside the truck stop and get the manager to come outside to the parking lot and knock on the guy's door and get him to move the truck. And he wants to start a confrontation because you got these idiots that say that they can't move their truck because they don't want to mess up their 10-hour break, when all they got to do is go to personal conveyance and move their truck and go on about their business. But they rather start a fight with the management, and then, like you talked a couple of weeks, and then the police, sometimes the police got to get involved with some of these idiots. So not only do they cost themselves money by arguing with the police and maybe even going to jail, then they might even lose their job over just because he's too stupid to move his truck to another space. So this is what truck drivers have to go through on a daily basis, Steve, at truck stops with parking, where guys just feel like they can just park anywhere, and then in the morning you got the guys that are parked in front of you, where you got to knock on 2 or 3 doors to get somebody to move their truck because this guy he couldn't find a place to park, so he figured he can just park anywhere he wants to, because there ain't no parking available. So we got a different breed. It wasn't like this 20 years ago when I started driving, Steve. People were considerate, truckers. They were considerate to the other drivers and respected the other people, but not no more. The only person, like I said at the beginning, they only worried about the person they see in the mirror. And the sad part about it, Steve, is not going to get no better. That's what's really bad about the truck driving game, is that in the past you thought, well, maybe things will get better in a few years. I don't see it getting no better because of the people that they bringing into the game. These people are just very inconsiderate, and it's really a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. Yep. Times have changed. It's a whole different ball game out there. Yeah. Whatever happened to the Knights of the Road, right? I mentioned the latest example of corruption in government. Yesterday, the Republicans, a House Judiciary Committee, published a new disclosure unveiling the true scale of IRS leaks that occurred under the previous administration. The new disclosure revealed that the IRS leaked taxpayer information of over 405,000 Americans, including President Donald Trump, rather than the initial 70,000 figure. The IRS's admission confirms the committee's suspicion, and recent reports that show the scope of the leak was much broader than what the Biden administration's IRS initially led the public to believe. According to the committee, the left is in meltdown mode, accusing Elon of accessing their personal data when it was actually Biden's IRS that leaked the data of 405,000 Americans. Representative Jim Jordan, who chairs the committee, attributed this discrepancy to political convenience, noting that the IRS had previously been weaponized by Democratic administrations. The Obama IRS, we know, factually targeted conservatives. The Biden IRS leaked your data. Just the latest example of corruption in government. Representative Barry Moore of Alabama said not only did the Biden IRS allow this leak to happen, they went on to lie to the American people about how many taxpayers it actually affected. One Republican pointed out the hypocritical outrage in response to Elon Musk's DOGE directive to access similar data in order to track down federal fraud and corruption. As he said, the left is in meltdown mode. But it was Biden's IRS that leaked data of 405,000 Americans. That was Republican Representative Nick Langworthy of New York this past day. That just coming to the surface this past day. I don't know about you, but I haven't lost any sleep in recent weeks. We had touched on this asteroid that could potentially destroy a city. It was not a planet killer, but definitely a city killer in 2032 as the numbers were going up from a 1% to 2%, a 3%. All right, a big sigh of relief. The asteroid that posed the greatest impact risk to Earth in recorded history now has an effective 0% chance of striking the planet. Asteroid 2024 YR4. The probability of hitting Earth was reduced to 0 thanks, they tell us, to new data that was collected last Sunday, the 23rd. I mean, it was just discovered in December of last year, quickly climbed to the top of NASA's Century Risk table, at one point having a 1 in 32 chance of hitting the Earth, elevating it to level 3 on the Torino scale. Level 3, which falls in the yellow band on the Torino scale, is described as a close encounter meriting attention by astronomers. The NASA's JPL Center for Near-Earth Object Studies now list the impact probability of 0.005%, or that's 1 in 20,000, for its passage in 2032. That's impact probability of 0, folks. This conforms to the second part of the Torino scale, which states most likely new telescopic observations will lead to reassignment to a level 0 as far as attention by public and public officials. All right, asteroid 2024 YR4 reassigned a no hazard level. They're saying, well, how do things change? All right. As it continued gathering attention from news organizations around the planet, Space.com had been consulting with an asteroid hunter who found images of the space rock and some of the archival data that was gathered prior to its official discovery. He said from the beginning there was a lot of uncertainty. But he said, imagine holding a stick that's a few feet long. If you move the stick in your hand a fraction of an inch, you hardly notice any movement at the other end. Now imagine that stick is millions of miles long. Moving your hand a fraction of an inch will cause dramatic changes on the other end. That fraction of an inch movement is kind of what we're looking at. The tiny uncertainties and the positional measurements of the asteroid from the telescope's imaging. So, all right, you can sleep well tonight. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me on it back, Your Honor. Got kind of one last thing for you. So, listening to Always Moving there, I remember when the last time that I had the flu, I don't know, I think I probably had it 3, maybe 4 times total throughout my lifetime, and the last time was that type A flu, strain, and yeah, that pretty much knocked me for a loop there for quite a few days, and but I'd taken the flu shot and that, so I guess you just never know exactly what you're going to get, but it just seems like the people I hear about it, and recently this year's has been the people that have gotten have been tested positive for the type A when they've actually had the flu. So, anyways, that's kind of that I've heard. What are we going to do about Dingbat when it comes to the end of the month, Your Honor? because she gives you stuff that happens on every day. And what are we going to do about February 29th? I mean, every 4 years there's a February 29th and things happen. But so do we just ignore it for the next 3 years, or do we do something special to highlight things that happen once every, on that day that happens once every 4 years? Or how does this work, Your Honor? Do we have parameters for this?
I hadn't thought that far ahead. I have no idea.
Well, we got Friday and Saturday. We go from the 28th to the 1st. What are we going to do?
I think that's. I did see something akin to where I'm going to participate in the drink out, no alcohol, on February 29th, 30th, or 31st.
There you go. That's a good thing to do. So, and as far as Eagle goes, hey, if he ever gets up here to Maryland and he needs a spot, anytime that I'm not in my parking spot, everybody is able to park there as long as they pay me $10. But when I get back, it's get out, because that's my parking spot. But but as long as I'm not there, it's free for anybody to use, as long as give me $10, or make the donation to the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy. Did I do that again, Your Honor? How did that happen? I tell you,
Freudian slip. Whoops.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, and as far as the trucking industry goes, the guy that got me my license out here on the road told me that he'd been driving for close to 15, 18 years, and he'd watched the trucking industry do nothing but get worse since he got started in the business, and from his dad and all that, who's started out way back in the 40s. And I'll tell you what, since 1988, my time out here on the road, I can pretty much say I haven't seen this industry do much anything but get worse. So, people ask, what would I recommend to somebody wanting to come out here and start in this business? And my first answer is run away, get out, don't even start. But hey, that's my personal opinion about it. But
really,
if I didn't do my niche thing in my own time of the day, you'd never see me driving one of these things. I like them, I like playing with them, but as far as trying to make a living with one, doing anything more than what I'm doing right now, you'd never see me running flatbeds or van trailers or reefer trailers or any of them things up and down the highway. So I give people credit that still do it, but I got no need to be involved with it, and I almost despise every time that I have to go into one of the truck stops to get fuel. So I mean, I pretty much go into regular gas stations and use the little car pumps a lot of times to fuel my truck up, because I don't have any need to go into a truck stop. And a lot of times I get a lot better prices, because the TA that's up in Elkton was showing over $5 a gallon on the marquee the other day when I drove by. And I went down the road, and at my little gas station that I got it at, it was $3.35 a gallon, regular pump price.
Wow.
So, I'm not paying $5.19 when I can pay $3.35, 5 minutes down the road. So, anyways, anybody wants to go in them truck stops, the only thing I can say is, bless your heart. And you know what that means.
That's right. Bless his heart. All right, thank you very much. Do not pass goes. Exit.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Of course, we're all familiar with there's a new sheriff in town, a new administration, new leaders taking the helm at various agencies one by one. One of those is the Federal Communications Commission, who has a new chairman, Brendan Carr. Be interesting to see what we hear from Carr today, as he will be speaking to the, briefing the Republican Study Committee today about the George Soros unprecedented scheme to take over 200 Odyssey radio stations. He's going to detail how the FCC, under the previous administration, under Democrat leadership, approved a license delivering the leftist billionaire Soros over 200 Odyssey radio stations. Yeah, Soros reportedly took foreign investment to make his bid for those stations that cover 40 media markets and asked the commission to make an exception to the normal review process. This is reportedly the first time such a deal was ever fast-tracked without a national security review process. That normally takes at least a year. Now, back in September, at the time when he was not the boss at the FCC, he did make a statement stating the commission's decision is unprecedented. Never before has the commission voted to approve the transfer of broadcast license, let alone the transfer of licenses for over 200 stations across more than 40 markets without following the requirements and the procedures that are codified in federal law. Yeah, not once. And yet the commission breaks this new ground today without even seeking public comment on altering our established regulations, without actually changing the rules on the books, without seeking the feedback of other federal agencies. Federal law requires applicants with excess foreign ownership to file a petition for a ruling at the same time they seek FCC approval for the relevant license transfers. They've got to complete this process, and the previous administration did not. He says, did they obtain approval from the FCC for their excessive foreign ownership? No, they did not. Did the applicants afford the executive branch agencies with national security and relevant policy expertise an opportunity to consider the application, as well as the source and amount of foreign investment? No, they did not. He said, I want to point out, a commission eager to fast-track $1 billion broadcast media reorganization disregarding foreign ownership concerns. This was the same administration that have gone back several times to impose and reimpose foreign sponsorship identification rules on the smallest independent broadcast license holders every time they would play local church content. on the air.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but